I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Good cardiovascular health, guys. Walked. Jesus. They were gaslighting me in the current unbald bald state. That's just like Twitch, man. Twitch, it's like, unless, like, if your hairline is more than an inch away from your eyebrows, you are considered bald. That's it. That's how it goes. I like the new haircut, though. I actually am really enjoying it. It's a little bit more work to maintain, but I never have to worry about what it looks like. I just like the little bit of the fuzziness up top. That's my preference. Ooh, I had it cropped perfectly. That's great. Did a ton of walking yesterday. Looking good, thanks, man. Make the face. Does Jen hate it yet? Why would she hate it? The only thing she didn't like was the absolute shortest, the chrome. She didn't like it like that. And I didn't like it like that either. Yesterday, show this. 16,000 steps, 13. Is that 660? Holy crap. 666 calories yesterday, dude. It was a lot of walking yesterday. Have a nice day. Thanks, man. It just started. My brother-in-law and his girlfriend are arriving to Japan today. She's going to be arriving in like an hour? And then he's going to arrive like 12 hours later. And then for some reason they want to go to Hakone like almost right away, which is fine. Fine for us, but they like got like a hotel in Osaka. I think it's a little weird. No, they're not staying at the same B&B. It's not a very big B&B. There's only like 2 rooms. This is bright, man. It's only 2 rooms, so there's not a lot of space. And in this room, there's 2 beds and a couch that I use to stream off of. They got some hotel in the northern area. I don't know. This is probably very disrespectful to Osaka, but there's like it's like a landmass that looks like cock and balls. And like, I didn't think that myself. Noxella thought the same thing when he was describing the geography of the island. And they're staying like most of the way through the shaft. Not all the way. Not all the way. Like part way through. Is that strange? That's pretty normal. I was originally going to be taking Japanese classes in the middle of the balls, but they're just really bad at getting back to you, man. I don't know what's going on there. That was my plan. Interestingly enough, yesterday the internet went out, and I got a message from the B&B owner from the internet company saying, make sure he's not on the internet. Make sure I'm not on the internet. It's not working. I'm not gonna be disturbed when you shut off your non-functional internet. You turn it off as much as you want. I can't do anything with it. But I'm on it now, and it is working temporarily. So when it's working, we could stream at 3,000 kilobits. I have zero expectations that this will keep working for any period of time. But while we can do it, we're gonna use it. It's just like so bizarre, man. And I mean, I'm trying to put myself in the position of like an Airbnb host. Like renting out, not like it's not like a super upscale B&B. But it's in a good area. Um, there's like a business in the building. Uh, you know, and like still using like DSL. So no more internet cafe? Well, we haven't been there in a while because one of the workers that worked there complained that I was a little loud. And if they were telling me that I was a little loud, then that means I was really loud. If they said you were a little loud, that means everyone could hear you. And they were like, everyone is sleeping, please be quiet. So I haven't gone back. I'm not saying I was banned. Like, I could probably go back in. But like I don't want to cause problems, you know. There's some tourists out here that are problematic. It's not all Americans. It's mostly like the American and the Chinese tourists. We tag team being bad tourists together. It's a little bit of both of us. But if there is a bad tourist, it's probably either the Americans or the Chinese. Just the way it is. I don't know what it is about our cultures that make us such tremendously loud assholes, but does jail not have internet? You get 4 people to a room in Japanese jail. And if you gotta poop, you gotta be real careful because you gotta keep flushing the toilet, otherwise it stinks up the whole place and people will yell at you. But I would spend the, what is it, $100 to have the fiber brought out and just go with that. It's not that much more expensive to get fiber out here than whatever weird DSL connection she has. Whatever. I'm going to give her a 4-star review. I can't complain about anything else. But I can't give her a perfect review. You know, she's nice. The place is well equipped. It's clean. It's in a great location. There's plenty of space. Especially in Japan. I mean, I don't know. First star in Japan is American 1-star. I mean, I can't give 5 stars, man. Dude, I told her I would pay all of the costs in 6 months, which would be the minimum contract for the internet. I said, I'll pay for all of it. I only need it for 2 months. I'll pay for 6. She didn't want to go for it. I was able to upgrade the internet to the highest tier of DSL they had, which makes it at least semi-usable. Maybe if I pay for a year, I mean, I would consider it. I would actually consider it. It was going to be like $240 for 6 months. You know, what would a year be? You know, not $500, because part of that was the installation costs. You know, $500 to make sure I could reliably stream. Like, I would do it. But whatever. It's, you know, I'm cobbling stuff. It's going to be, you know, hot girl summer, 720p streamer. And of course, once the fires die down at TwitchCon Paris, they're going to announce AV1 encoding on Twitch. Just you wait. We'll get it. We'll get it, and it'll be glorious. I mean, I think we'd actually be able to stream at 1080p 60 with AV1. Something like that. The funny thing is, like, Twitch is the one that came up with the idea. Like, they were part of the council with, like, Google and Amazon to get AV1 working. So, like, what's the whole, like, what's the problem? I was watching a video, what was it? Louis Rossman? I don't know if somebody linked it or if it was in my feed. I think somebody might have linked it. But he was making the claim that he thinks the bandwidth costs to Google might actually be more than what we spend on advertising. I'm not sure I agree with him. I don't really know how bandwidth works. I don't understand, like, what Google being, like, I think probably the largest distributor of bandwidth in the world, right? Probably gets the cheapest per rate on uploads. And then they also have probably the best, because they've just got the best ad network, the best pricing as well. For how much they charge. I'm trying to think what I could see. Like, could I see Google going premium only? I just think you're just going to get more and more ad breaks before they shut down. No, I mean, not that they would ever shut down, you know? The other alternative, and this is an interesting one, would be for videos that would only get served like low quality ads. They just wouldn't recommend those videos anymore. Like, everybody's only gonna ever get like the high quality financial ads that pay, you know, whatever, $5 to $10 to $20 per CPM. I don't want to kill you. I feel like I'm about to kill you. I mean, demonetized stuff is possibly problematic, so I kind of get it, but... And, like, at the same time, like, you know, YouTube doesn't need to be, like, a charity. Like, they're not, like, a public institution. Like, you know, they could serve whatever they want, but I think you definitely get a lot worse. Where even stuff that should be fine, like, you know, you won't get any more Minecraft videos. Internet is on the cusp of turning into a giga hellscape. Tomorrow, today, the Facebook version of Twitter is releasing. And I can't believe it, but I'm actually considering, I mean, at least registering a username. It's like crazy. Like, I don't like Facebook. Like, I hate Facebook. I hate it. I mean, if you watch one Linus video, your YouTube will always be recommended at least one Linus video. Like, that's just, like, the reality. Well, the only reason I would say, like, this time might actually matter is Twitter is, I mean, it's just like breaking. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, when you're rate limiting your users and all the advertising is gone, you know, could Facebook come up with a more lucrative and competent infrastructure than Twitter? Probably. You know, I think they're, other than Google, and God knows, like, Google's done a terrible job of this in the past. Like, Twitter's or Facebook's probably the only company that could ever make it work. I mean, there's definitely some old people out here, albino. You want all the rich assholes to not exist? They're only getting richer, man. It sucks, dude. So, you know, Facebook is well integrated in some way so that if I could go on there and tweet, but I don't have to see Facebook, I wouldn't mind seeing Instagram, but it's all connected somehow. Like, that could maybe be interested. Alright, we got over 100 honey. We're probably okay. I mean, in terms of, like, technology, albino, like, I do believe fax machines are still used here quite a bit. Now, I was in a Chinese restaurant a couple days ago, and it did appear that their computer was hooked up to the internet and was printing out receipts for them to make orders with. From online orders and stuff like that. I guarantee I won't even log in a week from now. You're probably right. You're probably right. I'm just saying I might want to, you know, reserve a username. All this does is make me feel like there's no guarantee that Twitch streaming or YouTube streaming will be a service that everyone can access freely in the future. Like, I just feel like at a certain point, someone's gonna be like, you gotta be a Twitch Turbo or a subscriber or a YouTube Premium member to view live streams. SDShepard has already been taken on threads. What's Cha-Cha happy about? He's living life, man. Company inventing sales for cargo ships. I think I saw the same thing. It is pretty funny. At some point early in the pandemic, I remember seeing a company that essentially invented root sellers, reinvented root sellers, and it was like advertising it. That'd be the end for 90% of all streamers? I mean, probably even more than that. Just AWS is so expensive. I don't understand how it's so expensive, and yet they claim it's like... I mean, they run it. Why is it so expensive? You're just, like, putting stuff up on the internet. It's cool seeing all these people. This group, these people are just starting. This person's, like, suffering, man. I saw a stream lobby. You did hours of hunts yesterday to only get 3 rank ups. You gotta play with them. Please play with other people. I'll definitely be doing like low rank gear, helping other people soon. I just kind of want to get all my keys out of the way so I don't have any of the HR gates on the way. You did play with others and it still took hours to get 3 rank ups. Crazy, dude. So I finally figured out something. You know the Glico guy and the big sign in Osaka that's like this guy? Glico makes food. They make Pocky. I bought some yesterday. Stand up, do the pose, then you would just see my belly. We got these matcha Pocky. It was $1 for a box. How much is a box of Pocky in the U.S.? Show belly and bulge? It's actually, I'm doing pretty good, Carrot. I got here before I left the U.S. My bloated American body was like 180 pounds. That's something like 70 kilograms. Maybe a little bit more. And I weighed myself fully clothed. Like, I think that was like in my underwear. And I was like 163 pounds. This was a couple days ago, like 63 kilograms. I've lost like 7 kilograms in like a month. Weigh myself right now naked. I don't have a scale in here. I need to buy one. I did not get the alien. I can't buy every alien thing I see. I just take a picture of every alien thing I see. 5'10"? I am not 5'10". No, I was overweight. I'm like wide. I'm like 5'7". I was very close to having to wear a diaper on stream. What? Commander Kush? Bump off, bury off? We'll use. Good for me? Dude, it's a lot of... It's been a lot of walking. And, for a while, I was eating... I was eating the rich Japanese breakfast of, pastries and other things. Because, I mean, they're available, and they're, like, so good. But I cut out breakfast. Even though it's really, really tasty. And between that and all the walking, I think I'm losing a lot of weight. That and there's like, you know, the food here is just like a lot more satisfying. In the US, you gotta like stuff your face full of garbage like a fat little piggy. like a little swine man. Because it's just not, just doesn't taste good, man. I think that's what it is. 2 kilograms in a week, a few weeks ago? Wow. That's a lot. Probably because of the stomach bug? I mean, that'll do it. I'll be back in America? Dude, it's gonna be so depressing. I'm just gonna balloon up. Like a freakish, like, Willy Wonka character. Twitch, at the very least, is tolerant if you're overweight. I've never noticed them being really rude to people for being, like, chunky. If anything, they're nicer to you if you're a little round. They just call you thick. Not bald. I go bald. You're bald. You're not bald. You get called bald. You go bald, then you get called not bald. It's just like pure gaslighting all the time. Not bald enough. Bald poser. Fake bald. Oh, come on, dude. This map is always so funny because, like, if anyone falls off the ledge, then the bury off will chase you down. And then you gotta code climb back up. I'm not gonna bother going for the tail. I think he'll be okay with free people. He's relatively weak to para. I would rather have like a Rathalos weapon. But, I mean, this is okay for what it is. So yesterday was day 2 of the Osaka Amazing Pass. Can we get this email? You got post it in the Discord. I can't really click it right now. Osaka Amazing Pass gives you unlimited transportation for 1 or 2 days. You can buy a 1 or 2 day pass. Go for the face. In the morning, we went to the zoo. Zoo was a lot of fun. They took care of all the animals really, really well, except for the monkeys. The monkeys had, like, so little space. They had these, like, little jail cells you could look at them in. I mean, there's only, like, one monkey, sometimes two monkeys, per pen. But, like, I just feel like it wasn't enough room. All the savanna animals got a pretty good amount of space. Birds had a ton of space. The red panda had a goddamn estate, dude. There was, like, 2 pandas. They had the most space in the entire place. Probably because they're that popular. I'm just trying to figure out, like, ooh, Jesus. Was that one hit? The pandas were living the life, and you could tell the pandas were happy. There was, like, 2 of them, and, like, they had a huge space for the 2 of them. What was interesting to me was, for a large number of the exhibits, there were, like, wild and dangerous animals, and almost nothing preventing them from, like, coming right at you. In fact, the chimpanzee exhibit, completely open. I mean, if they went goblin mode, they'd be on your face in a heartbeat. Jen was scared. She's like, I don't want to be here. And, like, I didn't blame her. Jump in with them. I mean, they really couldn't stop you. I mean, they would eventually, and I'm sure you'd get in trouble. But if you wanted to run up and, like, hug a chimpanzee, your option was there. The next one was the rhinoceros. Rhinoceros was, like, the next closest one to being, like, a thin wooden gate was all that was separating you and the rhinoceros. It was crazy. There was a nocturnal animal display. Those guys were pretty cute. Oh no, is he going for me or not? Kiwi was supposed to be there, but I didn't see him. It was just kind of a hot day, so, like, a lot of the outdoor animals were just, like, kind of, like, vibing, because, like, it was just hot. So, on our way there, and then, like, around the area, there's, like, this area that's kind of like a permanent summer festival vibe. You know, you have, like, all these, like, carnival games, like shoot an air rifle. There was one place that was set up for, like, archery. It was, like, 1,000 yen to shoot, like, 10 arrows. Like, I was thinking, like, man, what a racket that must be. You know, you just gotta get 4 or 5 customers an hour. I mean, 5,000 yen's not bad if you're running the place. There was a gacha machine that I will stream with Noxella. That was an Arnold Schwarzenegger, like, gachapon that had mini vibrators and very penis-like mushrooms. I don't know what Arnold had to do with it, but it was really funny. The interesting thing is, last time I went to Japan, 2018, I couldn't find any classic arcade games, but this little street had a ton of them. I'm not sure how I feel about the price. It's 100 yen to play a game. I'm not saying 100 yen is pricey. It's not. It's just like, I don't know. You can just do a lot with 100 yen. That's like a drink or a beer is 100 yen. I mean, it's really not that bad. I mean, you could play and probably beat most of the games for... I mean, if you're coin feeding, 1,400 yen, right? 14 credits should be enough for even like the worst game that you have no experience on. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like Scrooge pilled. I don't want to spend money on anything. Scrooge McDuck pilled. But speaking of Scrooge McDuck pilled, man, the pass got us into this little tower in the middle of that area. Teppenyoji Tower. It's just a tower that's like in this like little commercial district. Not even commercial, like party district. And it's just dedicated to this like little fat baby guy. Fat golden baby guy that's like supposed to get you money. And like, man, they want to suck the money out of you. You go in and they take a picture of you. Like, it's not even an option. They just take a picture of you. And they're like, you want to buy this picture? It's like, no. I want 1,400 yen for a picture. No. Oh, why does he hit so hard? Whoa, my face. And then at the top, they want even more money if you want to go on the roof. I didn't understand what it was. But it's like you can stand on like this little tip. And there was a slide that you can go down. And I was going to go on it with Jen. But she heard one of the girls going down and she was screaming like she was actually being murdered. And Jen's like, I don't want to do that anymore. So we didn't go on the slide. I read it. Apparently it's like a 30% incline. That seems like a lot. It seems like a pretty steep decline. Like, you're almost going straight down at that point, right? Just capture, right? Pretty much. They put you in a sack. And they shoot you down this thing. After that, we went to there was a little sushi restaurant that had a really good price on tuna. It's like 150 yen for 3 pieces. That's a pretty good price. That's like $1 for 3 pieces of sushi. $2 for 6. Pretty good. And then we walked around some more. And I saw this one really colorful building. It was called Johnny Chicken. And on the way there, we walked past a movie theater that had a bunch of boobs. And Jen got mad at me. She's like, you just wanted to see the boobs. And I said, we're going for whatever's in that building. But, I mean, the boobs are okay. It's not like we're seeing the booby movies. I'm not taking her to an adult film. But the place was called Johnny's Chicken? He plays this funny music whenever your order is almost ready. You can pay 100 yen for karaoke. We'll probably go there on stream at some point. And I got like, he had like some Korean sauced up chicken. Used to play with a guy in CSGO. He got banned, and I was going through the comments on his profile. I saw mine saying that he'll be banned in 1 to 2 weeks. Mine? What? What are you talking about? I don't comment on anyone. What? I don't know, man. I don't play CSGO. Send it, please. Go ahead. Drop the link. You might get timed out for 1 second. Am I going to get banned? Or are you going to hack my account? You'll get timed up for 1 second. I just like, hold on. I could permit you. Give me 1 second. Here. Yeah, we're gonna get fished, man. You could sub to me. You don't have to. Oh, thank. Okay, now I'm really scared. Does anyone have like a clean? Thank you. Does anyone have like a clean Slate account that they could click this in, like a VPN box with like antivirus? Yeah, we need a virtual machine or something, man. It's gonna download, auto-download and run an exe on my computer. I said it. I don't know, man. What are the free image websites anymore? Imgur? Does Imgur still work? If it's an Imgur, it should be okay. That's funny, man. It has to be a different Shepherd. I'm not commenting on anyone's profiles. That's crazy. Critical I2 earplug speed sharpening is pretty good, man. Elatrian hammer. German. Figures. Probably want to do an Agnactor, right? I guess we'll do this one. Man, I'm like dying though. I'm at 42. I guess Imgur. Isn't that like a... Yeah, that's like an image hosting website, right? I think it still works. It's an interesting thing though, because there's some other big image hosting website that's like shutting down. It's been years, but I still love to touch a fresh bald head. It's the perks of being bald, man. It might be someone else. You typed his name and I came up. Hey. Maybe I'm the most popular Shepherd on Steam. Hey man, it got you to the stream and it got me a sub, so I guess I can't really cry about anything. Was it SDShepard? Let's get it on stream. So it's not, that's not me, but that is funny. That almost looks like a Mao Zedong CCP picture in the profile. I mean, hey. Hey. Sure. To be fair, I've been using the name Shepherd since before Mass Effect. Which isn't something to brag about nowadays, because that just means, like, you're mega old. You're just, like, a mega old dude. But, I mean, it doesn't matter anymore, because now a lot of people use it. Old equals experience. I find that I'm maybe a little bit more experienced, but your joints hurt every time you got to sit up and stand down, man. It's like, it's something you just got to brace yourself for. It's just like, well, I guess I'm going to crouch down. I guess I'm going to stand up. Happy America Day. Thank you. I'm not in America to celebrate, and I'm fine with that. Apparently this Friday, 2 days from now in Japan, it's a holiday. And I think there's going to be fireworks. I think the holiday is celebrating... Is it the Threadweaver story? The story goes a little bit something like there was a princess goddess that spent all day making thread or weaving, one or the other. And a farmer that worked really, really hard It's like they're both like really, really hard workers. And her parents were like, you got to get married. And she's like, okay. And so they pair her up with the farmer, and who had, you know, they both had been working really, really hard their whole life. And then they stopped working and basically just banged each other all day. They don't say that they banged each other all day, but what else were they doing? They were being lovers. And the parents got mad. They're like, hey, dead account, never mind. I mean, he did say his account would die. And so the gods are like, they got real mad. They're like, you two aren't working anymore. No, it wasn't just consummating the marriage, man. I mean, they just weren't doing anything. They were just, like, taking a long break. The gods separated them. They said, you're not allowed to see each other ever again. And then she cried and cried and cried. And they said, okay, on one night out of the year, I think it's 7/7. You're allowed to see each other. So every one night every year, on this festival day, the farmer and the weaver god princess are able to see each other. And it's supposed to be like a festival like about like wishes and love and stuff like that, I think. They love me anyways. Thank you, dude. I hope you get your weaver god princess banging in this Friday as well. It's not the penis festival. No, it's like a star festival. It's got something to do with the stars. But being a summer festival, there'll probably be fireworks pretty much everywhere. And we're going to be in Hakone on this Friday, so I would assume we'll be able to see some fireworks. Tanabata, thank you. That's the one. So my brother-in-law is renting a vehicle. Not the Rabbit in the Moon? I don't think it's about that one. But that's... I'll be around for that. Chinese? I mean, there's definitely some sharing of some Chinese myths and Japanese myths. I mean, you know, there's a lot of the Chinese, what the hell? Alphabet that got used in Japan. Please, stop. I just want to heal, dude. So can I say something? Extremely light, mild spoilers. But I was reading a manga, and I was kind of enjoying it. It wasn't great. And it got to like the end of a volume / cliffhanger. And then it got pushed over to like another, I don't know, magazine? It was gonna have like a different publisher. And so like they couldn't continue the same storyline. And so they just like restarted it. Like, you gotta go through all of like the beginning and stuff again. Does that happen often? And like they were claiming like in the notes that at the time the manga was as popular as Attack on Titan. Like, brother, you're not. You're okay. You're not that popular. I never seen an anime of you. Maybe there was one. It was like a side story. There's like events that happen. So the manga is something like something about the gods. Something the gods know. it starts with like a I don't want to call it like a death game because that makes me sound like a psychopath. But like there's like a, you know, there's like a puzzle slash like you're gonna die if you get it wrong game with a Daruma in a classroom. Basically a Daruma appears and you've got to solve a puzzle or you'll die. And then it continues forward from that with other various puzzles that they got to go through, or challenges, not necessarily puzzles. Usually some sort of a puzzle. But sometimes it's like a physical challenge as well. But they got up through like maybe 5 or 6 volumes, and they're like, alright. And I mean, as usual, you expect like some sort of a cliffhanger. It's like, well, it's going to be probably like another 6 volumes before we get here again. And they're like, check us out under our new publisher. And like, it's just like literally the next name of the manga is just like something about the gods know and 2. Seems real ambitious to create a sequel, the same name, with a different numbering. And then just writing this, not the same, it's not the same, but it's similar. I would just be really annoyed if I was like buying the anime, buying the manga, and like I gotta have my booby manga repeated over and over again with these things that I've already read. Looks like it's a waste of space, but each one of the chapters is like 40 pages. I mean, they're long chapters. I think it was getting increasingly pervy, and the author wanted to have the ability to show panties. And that's why he switched where he was drawing it. I can't say that for sure, but I get the sense that that's what he wanted, because it was getting like a little lewd in the main story, and then like the first chapter of the new series showed panties, and they hadn't shown that before, so I think that might have been fun. For some reason, he had it so 2 girls tripped, and then they showed up their skirts. So I can't say for sure, but I know what my heart tells me. Hey, actually got exhausted. He made the right choice. It's just really annoying, man. They got to like a really big cliffhanger, and then they're like, this isn't going to be our main character anymore. We're going to go focus on someone else for another 6 months, or however long. The only thing about Leggy Fight is swimming to him after he attacks? Depends on what he's doing. I mean, if you don't go far away from him, he doesn't usually do his charge move. They don't like booby manga, but you seem to read a lot of booby manga. Not really. Just a lot of manga's got boobies in it. The last manga that I read, and still it needs, I think the translations on it are going slow, was Home Hero. That was okay. I guess I could recommend it. It's about a guy who is like a toy salesman. That's not super relevant to the story. But he likes to write like murder mysteries. That is relevant to the story. And his daughter is getting involved with the Yakuza. And then he gets involved with the Yakuza. And it's a pretty good story. Does that person already have an Elatrion hammer? Looks like it. I wouldn't say we actually beat the quest that quickly, though. I mean, it still took 13 minutes. Could you imagine if somebody like rolled into a quest with like the equivalent Fatalis in Monster Hunter World with a Fatalis hammer? I mean, it would just be over, dude. It would be over immediately. I mean, that's almost usable. I'll never use it. Armor sets aren't as busted. You can still get very high amounts of raw. I think Albino has over 300 raw right now. So, I mean, that's as good as pretty much most G ranks in any game. So it's not like the damage isn't there. No critlet meta? True. I mean, we've definitely... You're right. We've definitely gone down the rabbit hole as far as... How do I upgrade Cdeo stuff? Oh my god. I could upgrade this. If I had one more tail. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's like, what, how many more? I think it's only like 20 more raw, to be fair. It's really crit boost that makes the crit meta so powerful. Crit is pretty good. Even still, like, because, like, what else are you going to stack if you want to go full damage? I think I'll just do sword, because, like, hitting the back of his leg is pretty powerful, and this will be easy to do. And it'll make everyone else's job a lot easier. Do Pyro? Agitator is the best crit skill before GU. It was really good value. And it wasn't even because it was good because of the crit. It was good because it gave you the extra raw. It was just like, in terms of like pure damage, assuming the monster was going to stay enraged, I mean, there's nothing better. Gotta cook up some kind of water set? Take your time. There's just like, there was nothing bad with Agitator. Other than it only working if something was enraged. Wex is good in Portable Third for crit. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the game. Like, sometimes they change it around. But yeah, in Portable Third, Wex was the Wex that we remember. Other games changed it to just, like, bonus damage, which is, like, the way it should be. I think crit is neat. I don't think having it to be so powerful that you feel obligated to have 100% crit at all times is good. Like, it should be, like, a little bonus. Probably don't need the raw meat for this right now. Ichidose is a big crit fan in general? Oh, definitely. Challenger is the only skill that's stacked with Hone Blade? Oh, that's true as well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would stack with Attack Up Large as well. It was a different boost. Star entered the city. I know we'll never get it, but I do like this idea that we've been workshopping about positive skills, like offensive skills giving negative defense. Oh. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, dude. You look good, though. Looking for friends? I'm just gonna type a frowny face. I don't think you could join. Is 29, is that the cap? Do they need their gen? Do you need your Isn't that the cap? 29? I mean, if they're stuck on Gen, man, like, I feel like morally obligated to help them. They're just gone. Alright, never mind. We waited. Yeah, no, that skill was really disappointing, Carrot. Like, it was so close to being good. And there might have been... I don't know if there ever actually were chances. There might have been one point in the game where it was actually, like, okay to use, but... I don't know. In a way, when the games get too balanced, it almost gets a little bit, like, I don't want to say boring, but, like, when things are too finely tuned, it feels more like less like a game and more like just like an Excel spreadsheet, which I enjoy Excel spreadsheets, but I also want it to be a game. It's a lot more Monster Hunter 3 than Monster Hunter World. Like, I'm just doing my part to make sure that Monster Hunter Rise is not at the top of the channel rankings, okay? And I would appreciate it if you don't get in my way. I don't want that to sound like a threat. But don't get in my way. Am I using a new character? Yeah, this is a new character. We started them like a couple weeks ago. I want, whenever I'm streaming, for any community manager who's looking at the channel rankings to see that World is doing better than Rise. What has Rise done to get on my bad side? Well, we have this conversation almost every stream, and so it feels a little tired, but if you want, I mean, I can go through it. So I gotta give Base Rise a little bit of credit. Base Rise, at the very least, had those, like, emergency quests, which were actually challenging. Like, the emergency Arzuros was actually, like, a reasonable challenge. I mean, his tracking was insane. He'd, like, one-shot you. So, like, there was no rewards. Like, there was literally no point in doing the quests, but at least there was a minor amount of challenge there. You know, all of the cool things were locked behind, like, paid microtransactions. You know, spend money and get a layered bob or whatever. At the very, very end of the lifespan of Rise, we got those USJ quests that gave us, what, the USJ armor and the longsword and the bow and the cat armor. For Sunbreak, we did get new title updates, which, while we pretty much got just reskins of all the monsters, did give us some new armors and skills. The grind was just so bad, and like, it wasn't even challenging, it was just like time. You know, and all the smart people right away were like, oh, I'm just gonna hack my HR. I never did. Probably should have. Probably would like the game. Probably have a very different opinion on Sunbreak if I just pushed the button that put my HR to max, or my afflicted rank to max. I had a lot of fun in Sunbreak up until, whatever, AR 100. After AR 100, things started to go real south. Because it was really just a question of, like, how much time you're going to spend killing things, not are you going to have a challenge killing things. And then when you kill things, like, what is your reward? Your reward is essentially go play the slot machine. You can gamble for talismans, or you can gamble for augments. And as a streamer, content creator, that entire system is like, it's neat to play and play around with a little bit, but like you can't even really create guides, like meaningful guides to that end game, because it's like, I don't know, play the lottery. If you get lucky, you can make a cool set. So you're either enabling people to say, like, go ahead and hack your game, or you're telling people, oh, spend, 100 hours like I did gathering materials to re-roll in your crap until you get it. And at the end of everything, like, there still wasn't anything. I mean, okay. The guy we got at the end of bonus update was pretty challenging. He's a pretty good fight. I got nothing against him. But there's not I've never had a person approach me in Rise and said, "Hey buddy, I could use some help. Can you please help me with this?" The most I've gotten, literally the most I've ever gotten, was someone on my Discord said, like, "Hey, I need a level 100 Pookie Pookie." And I joined them, and I got them a level 100 Pookie Pookie. And they're like, "Thanks, man." After like 10 minutes, they got a Pookie Pookie. People came in chat asking for help for Rise on Switch, and I said no. I don't think they asked for help. I think they just wanted to know if I could play with them on the Switch. They didn't need help. Compare that to Monster Hunter World. Which, sequentially, people needed help on Kolv and Extremith and Ancient Leshen, and then later on, at the very least, Elatrion and Fatalis and Safi'jiiva. Okay, yes, Sorrow needed help on Valstrax on the PlayStation 4. I'm not playing the game on the PlayStation 4. Sorry. And if you're to go back farther, I mean, there's tons of people that would appreciate help in Generations Ultimate, with the EX Deviants, and I mean, really, honestly, all sorts of things. I mean, Jesus Christ, I mean, if somebody actually needed help with like Hyper Silver and Gold, I mean, that's definitely an occasion to help someone. And we weren't streaming actively during 4U, but I'm sure there would have been plenty of Snake Urchins we could have done. I don't know, it's just, to me, like, Monster Hunter should be a game that is made difficult enough that the average player would like to have some help at some point. And a good enough player could solo everything. But if you don't play video games for a living, a little goblin man, a little man-child, that, you could appreciate some help. And that's good for the community, because, like, people are working together. Like, it's more about working together than it is like, oh, I spent 50 hours running this TA to get my Zinogre time down from 1 minute 50 seconds to 1 minute 45. My thing isn't that the entire game shouldn't have that difficulty curve. Like, I'm not saying every monster should be like another Fatalis for a new player. I'm just saying at the high end, or at the very least in event quests, you can have challenging monsters. Yeah, I mean, it's the multiplayer scaling, which is like letting people play the game, even if you don't want to play with other people. You just want Legiacris to come back. Yeah, I mean, Legiacris has a lot of fans. He's okay. I don't think he's that cool. But he's okay, I guess. Ooh, we're down to one cart, right? Ignactor is amazing. The co-op is odd. World co-op is super messed up. There's a mod out there now that lets you skip cutscenes, Age of Frack, if you're ever to try and reconvince your friends to play with you again. Skipping the cutscenes can make things a lot easier. If there's one monster I love in Monster Hunter Tri, this is going to sound really weird. It's kind of like Barroth. It's like he's so strong in this game. It's like almost like a new monster. He's so weak in every other game. Turn him into a little baby. Uragaan might be the hardest monster. He hits really hard, and he definitely has a ton of life. Miss Gobel, too. Gobel's a good monster. Gobel's the best underwater monster. Like, I'm not saying, like, Legiacris is mid or anything. I'm just saying, like, in terms of, like, good underwater monsters, like, Gobel's way better. You know, really good underwater moveset. Interesting and unique ways of pulling him out of the water with the frog. Good weapons. I mean, Legiacris has good weapons, but it's like just like good raw weapons with element on it. It's nothing like having like paralysis. I'm right there with you with Gobel. Oh, you crashed? Oh no. Think they'll ever bring Sadeos back? Probably not. I mean, they'd have to full on bring back underwater combat. I just don't think that's gonna happen. Anthony Fontano? I don't know who Anthony Fontano is. Is that a compliment? I could see them bringing back underwater for like exploration and stuff. I just don't see them, because like, you know, you got to give monsters movesets. You got to give weapons animations. Needle drop reviews music. Ooh. He's handsome. Thanks, man. I'll take the compliment. Oh. Fun. He's also known as Melonhead. Is that like a compliment? I'm searching up Anthony Fontano. Fontano's got the nicest teeth in the game. I mean, my teeth are okay. They're not amazing. You know, there's... Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. There's like a little goblin mode sort of existence. So it's, yeah, I'll take it, man. Brazilian? BR? Dude, just rolling the demonic blessing. Yes, full rap. Yes. I mean, I guess we'll do Uragaan again, dude. I think if Rise wasn't released on an 8-year-old Android tablet, that it would have been a better game. And I'm not saying that's like all the problems, but I think the problems start there and you can't unwind it. Came out for PC. It was designed for an 8-year-old Android tablet. But all the Japanese commuters done that? I haven't seen any switches on the subway. Alex, hello. Like, all I see on the subway here is people playing on their phones. I see a lot of people playing on their phones. Why not? But you pretty much only have room for, like, a phone like this. Isn't it summer vacation? Should be pretty soon. Considering 4U was designed for a much worse handheld, it was great. I don't think it would have been a good Monster Hunter game either way. It's an interesting thing. I just think it's difficult to go backwards. When you've taken a step forward in a series, I think it's difficult to go backwards. Because it's like, people are used to it. Like, people got into the series. Like, so many people. For as many people that started playing Monster Hunter with Try, and, like, there's a lot. There's, like, a lot of people in this chat who started their Monster Hunter lifestyle with this game. There's, like, so many more people that started it with World. And they're just used to a 16-person lobby, man. International visit, hello. I'm internationally visiting right now. Would I take all of chat to go see Dune? How many people are in chat right now? How much is each ticket? If I could pay like $1 or $2 a ticket, I'd do it. 156? Like where, what theater? I played Try and didn't play another Monster Hunter game until World. Isn't that funny? AMC? No. Well, you want snacks too? No. I would do like a drawing to take one of you to see it, but I can't. No way, man. It's gonna be like $30 a person? It's gonna be like $3,000 to take everyone to see Dune? Sneak in the snacks yourself. If it's like a $5 matinee, you guys promise to sit through a sponsored stream, I'd consider it. You would sit through half of Dune, and then halfway through, I would get up on stage and I'd have to play like a mobile game for an hour. You'd have to watch that. And you'd all have to download the mobile game on your phone. If I could do that, I would take you all to see Dune. How many of you would actually go if that was the deal? Like, you'd go with, like, I would take you, you wouldn't have to pay anything. You'd see the first half of Dune, and then halfway through, I'd go up on there and I'd start playing, like, Raid Shadow Legends or Hero Wars, and, like, you'd have to download it on your phone. Like, you'd have to download the game on your phone. And if you didn't, you'd have to leave the theater. You'd get escorted out. Small price to pay for a skin suit. Fair enough. You have to download the game, you're out? Yeah, you'd get escorted out. Like a little usher would go up and down the aisles, like checking your phones to make sure you're like level 10. It wouldn't just be downloading the game, like we'd all sit there and wait for people to get to level 10. People would be like, come on, Penguin! We want to watch the rest of the movie! You get dragged out screaming. Too bad I don't have the Mr. Beast German money to set that up. And we're just talking like one theater? I mean, I could probably get it. I mean, in theory, I could get it set. The issue wouldn't be getting it set up. The issue would be getting people to actually show up. At the near peak popularity of the podcast, we tried to get a real life meetup sponsored, a real life meetup going in Connecticut, and one guy showed up. It was almost 0 people showed up. It's much different when you're talking about real life versus like just clicking a button on the internet. We tried them all afterwards, and it was like slightly more popular. We got like 4 or 5 people. It was a lot better there. Oregon's a good fight, man. You don't gotta feel bad about fighting Oregon. I feel like increasingly people are a lot less likely to want to commit to in real life engagements. I'm not saying like people are agoraphobic or anything like that. It's just like there's so much entertainment at your fingertips if you just like stay at home. You know, you don't really have to go out as much as you used to be entertained or to see or experience new things. So even though it'd be really fun to get everyone funny, I give money. Thanks, man. One less person from having to run the Raid Shadow Legends 1 hour sponsored bounty. Actually, honestly, if it was Raid, dude, they would want like 2 hours. And there would probably be like a little Raid ad that would pop up at the bottom of the screen. Like every 5 minutes. Every time somebody leveled a character up to 10, like lights would play and I'd have to go, thanks! Thanks for downloading and leveling up the game! But if you ever catch me having to do a raid, a full-on raid stream again, that's tough. Usually, Carrot, they do offer a flat amount, and then they give increasing amounts based on the amount of people that do download. I have really not done that many mobile game sponsorships that aren't on Twitch. The Twitch ones don't matter. But like if it's like an organized one, you know, they usually like have like different tiers that they want you to do. But the last time I did it, I'm almost positive they gave me the wrong tracking link because it claimed 0 people downloaded and leveled up the game. And I know Smugfox said he downloaded and leveled up on the game, but it was just at 0 the whole stream. Do I think Zendaya is cute? Isn't she like 20? This is the Goble Sword and Shield. I'm not saying 20-year-olds can't be cute, but, Zendaya? She plays Mary Jane in the Spider-Man movies? And Dune Girl from the Dune movie? It was a miserable auto game? How did he die so quickly this time? Is the BR guy that powerful? I mean, they're really just slot machines now, Turnip. Like many of the mobile games haven't even they don't even try to camouflage it anymore. I mean, it's literally like playing a slot machine that you can't cash out on. You just play a slot machine to make a number go up or to get a new JPEG. And I think, like, legitimately, 99% of the people are playing for free, and then, like, 1% or less of the population are just whales battling with their bullets. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. I mean, I heard the new Dune movie was good. I mean, the new first part of, I don't know if it's going to be a 2-movie or 3-movie series. I heard it was okay. I don't know if the new one is okay. It's probably fine. Raid is a spreadsheet sim? I mean, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that, but you know, every mobile game that has PvP in it is going to be about who could spend the most amount of money. And Raid definitely has PvP. The funny thing is, like, you know, when you do those sponsorships, they sometimes give you, like, the equivalent of, like, a press god account. And you can, like, do some really disgusting things with those accounts. Like, I was climbing and not even slowing down at all in, like, the PvP section. Like, I think if I really wanted, I probably could have gotten rank 1 in PvP and really pissed off a lot of people. Like, I think some people would have gotten really mad. I probably should have, just to make a statement. Somebody with zero knowledge of the game just clears through, which is like brute stats. Dune Part 2 has to be good or we won't get children? What, the children of Dune? Or like Zendaya Dune? I really should have. I mean, the only issue is like, for the Hero Wars, I think it was Hero Wars, I can't really remember. By the way, that's that game where it's like, there's like the little puzzle in the corner and you gotta like slide the thing, right? Otherwise like the lava dumps on your head or you get hit with spikes. That puzzle was not even in the game. Why advertise with the puzzle that's not in the game? Just put it in the game. People want to do the dumb puzzles. But, they wanted me to be switching activities like every 15 or 20 minutes. It's fine. Leto turned into the Joker? Is it Jared Leto? Leto was the Joker in Suicide Squad, right? And he was so bad that they basically cut him from the story. I didn't watch it. I never saw the first Suicide Squad. I saw the remake, which was very confusing. The Suicide Squad. That one was good. I could recommend that one. It's probably the best thing I watched on HBO Plus before it turned into a complete clown show and I just canceled my subscription. All I have right now is Hulu. I pay for Hulu Premium because it's like Crunchyroll, but with like more normal shows. Well, I want to say most of the Batman tier stuff is okay. But then there's like the Suicide Squad. I've never watched any of the Harley Quinn stuff. I'm assuming that stuff's okay. Margot Robbie's a good actress. I mean, I think the original Suicide Squad had, like, the Joker being, like, violently abusive, and then Guardians of the Galaxy came out, and they're like, oh, people want to have fun? When they watch movies, they don't want to see, like, horrible, violent abuse, and then, like, they had to, like, completely re-edit the whole thing. Harley Quinn is a very oversaturated character at this point. I mean, it's just like the costume designer for Harley Quinn in that first Suicide Squad movie just did so much work. sold. Think about how many Halloween outfits got generated because of that movie. But I mean, you know, in lore, in canon, I mean, Harley Quinn is just like, was a psychiatrist or whatever that had slightly above average gymnastic skills. You know? Did she have like any abilities? She was funny. She always made any scene with the Joker in it way better. I read a good amount of Spider-Man comics. It's not Spider-Man. I read a lot of Batman comics, like a ton of Batman comics. And I watched like the Batman animated series. She definitely, I think she was made for the animated series. Nerd. There was this one really cool arc of Batman in like the early 2000s. Like there's like an earthquake or some other natural disaster, and Gotham gets separated from like the rest of the country, and it's basically like, yeah, you guys are on your own. Like, and I don't know if they ever made an explanation like why Superman couldn't just fly over and help out. Whatever, they had to make their story. And it was neat because like all the different gangs created their own carve-outs of Gotham, and at the end of every issue, like it would show like the map of the territory they controlled and stuff like that. Like the cops had their own area, like the Blue Boys. You know, there was like, you know, the Joker, of course, and like the Riddler and like the Penguin. Like Arkham City? Oh, maybe they copied it. I never played that game. Is that the Batman Who Laughs Mandragon? I never read it. I stopped reading comics at some point. Well, I mean, I read manga, but I remember in college, it wasn't really a date, but I was just getting lunch with a girl, and I don't know what got into me, but I kept calling like manga, I kept calling anime cartoons and manga comic books, and she was getting real mad, dude. She was getting like real mad. Not comic books, it's manga. I'm like the one mid 2000s weeb out there on the college campus. I was just like, I wasn't even intentionally antagonizing her. I just thought it'd be funny to call it that, and she was like getting real mad. She was getting real mad, dude. I don't know if it was a date. I can't even really remember if it was a date or not, but I was definitely getting lunch with her. And like, it's funny because like I've read, you know, read anime and manga forever at that point, but he was not laughing. She was so pissed. Nah, she never spoke to me again. That was it. There was definitely no follow-up date on that one. That's fine. not upset by it. It was worth it for the laugh. Does it make me an asshole? I guess maybe a little bit. I enjoy the memory more. Have ever been on a bad date? Like bad how? Sure. I'm sure she lists that in her lexicon of bad dates. I mean, sometimes a bad date's not even your fault, right? date getting up and walking away type of bad. I don't think that's ever happened to me before. Not that bad. Finally caught a stream. Enjoy, man. I mean, I guess I've had... I mean, obviously, I think we've all had one date and then it never led to a second date. I'd assume that's nearly everyone that has ever existed. But I don't think I've ever had something be like this. Like, I've never had, like, a date try to, like, escape through a window in the restaurant or something. Not people who've never dated? You make it sound like it's so hard to get a date. I don't think it can't be that hard. I see Japanese guys out here breaking up with their girlfriends all the time. There's got to be people that are single. I don't know why. I've seen it on multiple occasions. Hard when you're ugly? You're not ugly. You may not be at 100% of your current power, of your potential power, but that doesn't mean you're ugly. Sometimes regret being in a relationship only for the fact that I can't play that many games and be a degenerate. I mean, you can. You just may not be in a relationship for long. Depends on your partner, dude. Ooh, there's a baggie here. Become a streamer like me? Please do not become a streamer. Streamers always supportive of you? I just think there's a lot of people that are like really hard on themselves, you know? I'm not saying women don't care what you look like. They definitely do, and some way more than others. Some maybe almost exclusively so. But like, just don't date those ones. I mean, those ones probably won't date in the first place, and that's fine. And that doesn't mean that you're doomed to date like a troglodyte. Like, you know, like a creature that crawled out of Gollum's butthole. Someone from Brazil? I think they're from Brazil. For real? It's almost ready. But, you know, if you're confident, if you're interesting to talk to, and you can be like a stable person in a relationship, I mean, you'd be surprised at how many boxes you might check for people. You know, if you've got something that you're happy about and passionate with, that can hold a conversation, you're going to be doing really well. Smile? You don't even necessarily have to make eye contact, like real eye contact. You only date people who play video games? I mean, video games, all right, maybe 20 years ago, video games were like kind of like a nerd activity that nobody would play. Nowadays, I mean, there was a young girl on the subway yesterday talking about how all she wanted to do was to go to Super Mario Land. Like, video games are cool. It'd almost be weird not to play them. Did I tell her about... no way. I didn't talk to her about it. I post Zendaya in the Discord. Yeah, you make one post about her. That's fine. I think she was with her mom, Noxel. I'm not going to walk up to a girl and her mom and be like, hey, have you heard about Super Mario Land at USJ? You bricked a keyboard? How is that possible? I don't know if that's possible, man. Talk to the mom, then? No, the girl knew about it. She's like, I want to go to Super Mario Land. I'm going to be a princess. And my dad is going to be the plumber. Also, my dad is an idiot. That looks pretty good. You should bring something, like, not as OP. Bring mid-set. How does any keyboard lose its drivers? I know, I'm gonna use this software. I'll do this one. To replace the drivers. It's just like not worth it. I feel like it's not worth it. Yeah, it's not worth it. Like to what? So you can type slightly faster to strangers and Monster Hunter Try on the Dolphin? Like just hunt and peck it out, man. Go see it. I mean, I like movies and all. Sometimes I feel like if I gotta sit down and watch something for 2 hours, it's like just not worth it. Isn't that sad? I feel like I do so much in 2 hours. I could read so much more manga in 2 hours. Thanks for helping me. You're fine to help. Just don't be too OP. We're not in a rush. We're here to enjoy the process. It's a really big commitment. What if it sucks? Oh, you just left anyways. All right. Well, I've got P-Mace. Man, he must have gotten deleted by that Uragon. If he got hit by an Uragon chin slam and like demonic to protection proc, that must have been terrible. You ran out of honey? What? You just bring potions. I know the reality. You're on your way over to look at the cats. It's okay. How are they, by the way? You don't have to make excuses. I already know the truth. A solid penguin, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just that the pacing is bad. For modern movies. God knows the pacing for, like, most made-for-streaming stuff is, like, all over the place. Unless it's like a series that's been adapted from a good book. I don't want to watch it. I don't know. Right now we've been enjoying Japan. I don't really want to sit in my room watching a movie. I will. I mean, there's going to be a point where, like, you know, I'll probably have an opportunity to do it. When's the sandstorm? I legit want to know when I can spend my $20 to get the sandstorm running. I think it's going to be soon. I'm going to be in Hakone during the sandstorm. There's going to be some, I mean, it's probably just going to be a bunch of in-real life streams for, when is it going to be? Friday and Saturday? Friday and Saturday should be IRL in Hakone. I don't think I'm going to bring my computer set up. I mean, I just have so much more fun reading manga most of the time than watching a movie. Even like a bad manga. Even like one that's like kind of bad. That manga I was reading was kind of bad. Although it did have some funny scenes. I say funny in the context of it being one of those murder death game mangas. It's kind of bad. So Noxella, with the Osaka Amazing Pass, yesterday we were able to go on to Japan's largest Ferris wheel. That was pretty fun. If you don't mind waiting in line for like 20 minutes, you can get onto one of the little like gondolas or whatever you call them with a clear floor. If you don't want to wait, you can get on immediately. But it doesn't have a clear floor. You get stuck and the small children scared at me? Nah, but there was a couple ahead of us that were making out. And that was kind of cute. When we went to get the cheap sushi, like an incredibly old couple sat down next to us and got 2 mugs of beer and clinked it together and said "Kanpai," and it was really cute. That place was super popular, man. 150 yen for 3 pieces of tuna sushi. Does Jen say "Kanpai" with me? I tried to get her to say it with me, but I don't think she quite got the... how you're supposed to say it, the real enthusiasm there. He tried, though. He at least said it. Like to do Jaggies? Which one? Which Jaggy? Devil Joe Jaggy? Or just like, oh, the 3 Jaggies. If I have all my urgents done, all my key quests done, I mean, I could do some with you. Once we can do 3-star monsters, it's actually really not even a problem. Like, I wouldn't mind doing more Raptor. Just the 3 Jaggies. We gotta do it before they get rid of it. Spyro's about to fix the quest, and then we won't be able to kill them all at once. The Jigia quest is the quest that gives us the Devil Joe solid penguin. I mean, what we really need is a low-rank life support room. just to help get people up. Oh yeah, that head is not broken. Ooh, I had pyro. This might be bad. I might get the last one. I'm excited to see if they're going to give us the extra difficult... We finally got it! We finally got our plate! This is a high rank Rathalos, so presumably the drop rate is way higher. I don't even know what that really enables. I guess that should enable... Crit Eye something? Brother, I've... No way, dude. I've killed, like... This is, like, 50 Rathalos. So many. His head is actually still not broken. High-rank bowgun needs 5 plates. That's sick. This game is sick, man. See, I don't remember this game being that grindy. Like, I don't remember like ever having like a problem with it getting anything. But I guess, you know, when you've got 500 hours or so, like, that's a lot of time to get a lot of grinding in. Is it more efficient to cut the tail, carve, and bail? If you've got good luck and plates can appear in the quest rewards, and I think they can for this quest, I think it would be better just to clear the quest. Might depend if you have Carver. I remember rank grinding. Like, I just don't really remember it. I don't remember it ever being a problem. Like, I don't feel as if I've really done too much grinding. I just feel like I've been killing monsters. Like, I remember trying to get a plate for Rathalos and that being my entire 3-star experience. Was younger and more energy? I still feel that way. It's not like my feelings have changed. I still feel like it hasn't been bad. My memories were overwritten. I'm pretty sure my original Tri character didn't even have 1,000 hours on it, which is funny because some people have posted about how they had like 3,000 hours on Tri. It's like, what are you doing? Some people have like 3,000 hours of Tri offline. Leaving the game on while they sleep. I mean, that's the only real explanation. Oh, hey, double juice. And I guess, I mean, for some people, I guess there's just like this perception. And like, I don't blame them because like, this is the way games condition you nowadays. Like, games become work. It's like you feel almost as if you're doing like volunteer or like charity work in your free time. And the game gives you that sense of purpose. Can't believe he got me with a rocket attack. I feel like for a while the argument is like, how many hours will I enjoy this game? And then at a certain point, the metric was less, how many hours will I enjoy this game, and how many hours can I play the game? That's really sad. I blame the devil, Joe. How many hours to make the money worth it? I mean, people were in the Discord, like, comparing, like, price per Steam game. And like, yeah, it's a fun thing to look at, but like, I don't know. Like, is that really worth bragging? Like, I've gotten my entertainment per hour down to like 1 penny an hour or something, a nickel an hour. I mean, it's a metric, right? Like, you can definitely quantify it, but I don't know. There's definitely something about, like, not trying to necessarily fully quantify, you know, your price per enjoyment an hour. How much money is your manga an hour worth? I mean, money is obviously important, but, like, it's more like, are you just enjoying yourself? Like, is your time spent well? Like, I don't know that there's, like, a dollar value you can put on that. Like, in Japan especially, like, I could definitely tell you there's been moments where I've had better 1,000 yen meals than I have 2,000 yen meals. I've definitely had 1,000 yen meals that I've enjoyed way more than my 3,000 yen meals. Now that you're old, your time is more important. That's definitely one thing you get as you age ungracefully. Is like, man, my time is really valuable. What you choose to do with it? I mean, easy for like 8 couch guy to say it, but like money is just like not. It's not everything. If you don't have it, it sucks. But as long as you're not broke. I have not been to a 1,000 yen sushi place. Yesterday I was at a 150 yen for 3 pieces place. That's like $2 for 6 pieces. What the f? I thought he like had a shortcut over there. How many pieces did I buy? I was trying to... there was some... They wanted you to write your order down on a slip of paper. But I think they would only give you one of anything at a time. So, like, I had to keep making up different orders to get more orders of 150 yen sushis in. I think I needed to have Jen put down her slip, too. It was a little complicated. 8 couches, 1 2-story house. It's technically 3 stories. Is it technically 3 stories? It's got a finished basement. How would we how would we rank that? Some people like don't have basements. Do we count the sunroom? Kaiser, hello. Hopefully you're feeling well today. Hopefully your neck is doing okay. A lot of people... sunrooms, I agree, are probably fairly rare. In a hentai room? That should be in the Constitution. I think that should probably be in the Constitution. Like, somewhere under the amendments, like, everyone deserves a hentai room. Like, just make it... Like, we have the money. Like, all we gotta do is, like... stop making weapons at Lockheed Martin for like 3 or 4 months and then just take all that money into like building out hentai rooms for everyone and like life would be so much better. Can I evaluate my hentai room? It's just like a really nice place to go sometimes. Depends on the weather. Nowadays I don't like to keep the, since oil's so expensive, I don't like to heat the 2nd floor. But in the summer months, it's nice. Because, like, you know, cooling it isn't as bad. Then is freezing? Look, man. Oil's expensive. Like, I started like, literally, I was doing my taxes, you know, whatever it was, like March, April, this year. And I was, like, cackling like the Joker as I was tabulating my expenses and looking at the oil. It was, like, over $3,000 for oil last year. And I was, like, looking at, like, the price of, like, just literally owning a home in an area where you would not need to pay for heating. And, like, oh, wow, for the price of oil, I could have rented, you know, a house in Osaka or, like, a condo on the beach in Thailand. Like, wow, that's neat. That's a fun fact. We call that fun fact. That's a fun fact. Messed up, dude. Just for the oil. Just for the oil, that would have paid for the real estate. And granted, it'll be hot. You'll have to find out some way to cool yourself. But, like, air conditioning and a fan is a lot cheaper. I mean, even though, like, electricity is a lot more expensive in Japan than it is in other places, like, it's not that expensive. And, like, you know, compared to my state, which has quite nearly the most expensive electricity rates in the country, like, it's not even that bad. Do I stream Madden? I stream the show sometimes. I don't think I've ever streamed Madden. It would be really embarrassing if I did. I'm not very good at Madden. I was on the beach last summer, overhearing a conversation between a guy and his friend. And he was talking to his friend about how he was, like, in the top 100 players for, like, Madden. And his friend didn't even sound impressed, but I was thinking to myself, that's really cool. The guy's like, yeah, I'm so good at that game, man. Friend didn't care. I don't even know why I'm calling him his friend. That's not a friend. This is horrifying. It's mostly Monster Hunter. You don't see dinosaurs paralyzed doing a funny dance in Madden. It's probably the most I've ever used a paralysis weapon. Man, we're really messing these Jaggies up, dude. Well, this is how you get your HR up real fast. Definitely. This is 2 minutes? 3 minutes? $10 minutes? 10 minutes not bad. Solo. a shame they don't let you bring Cha-Cha online. But I guess they didn't want there to be a choice for offline city because they wanted to charge for it. I'm not saying paid online in Japan was necessarily indicative of greed era Capcom, but this was because they had paid online, I think, for Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter DOS. But it was the start. I'm really worried stock-wise. I'm kind of thinking I should pull my money out of the stock market right now. Not all of it. But there's a lot of indicators that are indicating that we might go into a deeper recession. Like, for some, it's really funny. A lot of the financial things are like, oh, we're not in a recession yet. But it's like, I don't know. Most people I know, if they're not broke as hell, aren't spending any money because they're worried about becoming broke as hell. The thing is, like, most of my investments are in tech stocks, and I feel like, logical or no, AI is going to push them all up a lot higher. So even if other bits of manufacturing go down, like, investment in tech will probably continue to go up. I'm not saying it's logical. Like, I'm not saying, like, I'm not here, like, you know, jerking ChatGPT off, but, you know, whenever you look in a bookstore in Japan, like, every single book is about, like, ChatGPT and AI. Tech likes low interest because almost none of it actually makes money. It's really funny, isn't it? The thing is like, there's a difference between not making any revenue and then not making a profit. And it's like, none of the tech companies are interested in making a profit. If they were actually interested in making a profit, they probably could. I mean, ultimately, I don't know that I agree with Rossman about YouTube not being profitable. Like, I just don't see how that's possible. I mean, they're larger than any other media creator ever, and they don't have to spend any money on making content. Like, people just make it for free and then beg for the scraps. You know what I mean? Like, imagine that. Imagine having infinite content generated on your platform. You don't have to spend any money, and people will still like it better than anything else. I do agree with him that I don't think the type of advertising that you get on YouTube is effective. Like, of the people out here that don't skip ads regularly, like, how often do you see an ad where you're like, oh, that's me, maybe I'll buy that, or that's me, and then you actually, like, click the link on YouTube? Probably not many. Maybe some people. It was inconceivable for Lewis that anyone would ever actually click the link, but I mean, he's just a different type of person. There are setups a while on Twitch where you can get an AI streamer celeb to respond to your question. Oh, I saw a stream of Jesus Christ answering people's questions. It had like 300 people watching it. It's kind of screwed up. It is kind of screwed up how, like, literal AI-generated nonsense can get more people interested than, like, a human being who's an expert on a topic. But at the same time, I guess I'm not Jesus. Or any of the other celebrities that they have on there. Click on YouTube ads, you're a serial killer? There's something a little bit messed up with you. Advertising is for the elders and children. Well, there's a lot of old people out there now. Advertising is for elders, children, and my sister-in-law. She complains about the ads, which means she does not know how to skip them. All you had to do was pay the $40. Was that so hard? I do feel bad for her children. That her children are being subjected to ads. Her daughter is definitely being twisted into wanting to buy toys because of the ads she sees on TV and on YouTube. Which, I mean, I guess isn't that different. What food do I plan on trying today? It's going to depend. My brother-in-law and his girlfriend are arriving today, so I'm going to kind of feel them out for what they want to eat. Probably my favorite thing to eat so far is tonkatsu. I just love it. I love the curry. I love the cutlet. I love the rice. I love the egg. It's like such a good meal. Johnny Geary feelings have been my favorite. Cod roe is probably my favorite. I'm going to make them eat mapo tofu. I don't think that's going to be my first place. I mean, honestly, so he's getting in today at like 6:30 or 7:30 p.m. I'm assuming he's just going to want to go back to his hotel and sleep. Which then, tomorrow is Thursday, so we get one night in the city, and then Friday we're going to be going out to Hakone. And I don't know anything out there. We'll probably get soba noodles out there. We'll be there Friday and Saturday, and then we'll be back in Osaka on Sunday, and then Jen's leaving on Monday. So, like, I'm only going to be getting, like, dinner with them in Osaka, like, for 2 nights. I mean, I might see them again later. But, like, I'm going to be screaming. Get noodles in the river trout thing? I don't know what that is. We'll probably get some soba noodles in Hakone. It's just the way it works out. Jen's only really here for a week with them. And I mean, I don't mind helping them out, showing them around, but like, the city, I mean, you really... There's going to be 3 Jaggy runs for 1 rank? Oh, wow. It's a downward stream of water that carries noodles and you scoop them out? What the hell? I have not heard of that. You know, as long as you've got a cell phone connection in the city, you can just use Google Maps and, like, you can get anywhere. Like, it even tells you, like, what exit to go in, or entrance to go in, and what platform to stand on. The only possible way you can screw up is by not having any cash. I think there's a possibility you can get permanently stuck in the subway. I don't know what they do to you. Like, I don't know what happens, but you can definitely end up on a transfer and then not have the money to leave the station. I don't know if you just gotta, like... like, they send you back. You can write an IOU. Live in the station. I really don't know. I really don't know what happens. All I know is I'm glad I had a couple thousand yen with me. Like, the subway machines accept so many forms of payment, and yet they don't take a credit card. You're just like, that's how you become an NPC. How is Albino almost dead? I guess you are naked. I will have to tell them about the place where I bought my eSIM card. Hiding behind my high rank armor? It's barely high rank. We got 2 pieces. Alright, this one was upgraded, but that's a low-rank piece. Do the stations here in the US have decent food? Depends. I mean, if you're at Grand Central Station, there's actually some pretty decent places to eat. If you're at, like, New Haven Union Station or, like, Hartford Union Station, I mean, there's, like, a Subway and a Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, it's pretty much Dunkin' Donuts, and then Subway, and then, I don't know, maybe a McDonald's if you're lucky. US is just sad, man. It's a sad place. It's depressing. I mean, you'll get entire shopping centers based around a subway station. I have no doubt that some people seek out and eat meals at restaurants in the subway stations here. I think for a while, was it Jiro or Jiro's son from Jiro Dreams of Sushi was based out of like one of those underground malls. Yeah. So it's like it's not necessarily bad food just because it's underground or connected to a station. Dude, the place I went to yesterday in Oxella probably had 20 seats, but they had like 3 or 4 sushi chefs and they were just working constantly. I mean, to be selling, you know, Meguro tuna sushi for 3 pieces at 150 yen, I mean, you got to do a lot of volume. The guy was probably only making like 10 or 20 yen per piece. He definitely was not making a lot of money off of it. Those restaurants in Japan are small family businesses. I mean, there are franchises too, many of which are very good. But there are definitely some places, like there's a curry place near me, and I'm pretty sure it's just one dude. Way more so than United States restaurants. The Japanese restaurants, for the most part, have a very low profit margin. It's kind of insane. Like, as far as I can tell, economically speaking, like, Japan has really gaslit themselves into, like, being broke a lot of the time. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just know that there's a lot of money being made, and it's not being shared. That's all I know. Like, whoever's in charge of, like, a corporation in Japan has got to be, like, super loaded. It's like an average salary is, like, $30,000 a year or so. Like, obviously, for a lot of people, like, 30,000 would be fine. And it is fine. I mean, you make a living on it. You know, in most places in the world. I'm not sure how it is in the U.S. If your total household income was 30,000, it'd probably be really tough. Depending on where you live. But, you know, Japan is still a huge economy, so, like, someone's making money. Social system is good. Yeah, health insurance is, like, $200 a year. And sometimes your employer just pays for it because why the hell wouldn't they? Also, your employer usually pays for your transportation costs, so your subway and stuff like that, like they'll pay for that. So yeah, like you don't have to worry about your transportation. You have to won't worry about your health insurance. Rent is usually really cheap. Like you're looking at, I don't know, a couple $100 a month, $300, $400 a month for your rent. Utilities aren't super cheap on a per unit basis, but I mean, how much do you really use? You got like a smaller apartment. Food's cheap. You know, even if the yen wasn't bad, I mean, you're talking like the equivalent of like $10 for a meal in a restaurant. You know, you can probably cook and prepare a meal for $5 or less per person. That's pretty nutritious and tasty. And I'm talking about like, you know, city prices. I'm not talking about prices that are maybe out in the suburbs or even the rural communities where things might be even cheaper. I don't know how retirement is, but like everyone out here, I mean, you know, for the most part in Asian countries, they put a lot of money away for retirement anyways. Like the savings rate is just like really high. Getting close to that, please? Oh, pretty close. 5 away. I mean, that's been a regular issue in Japan as well as some other countries where like people just save too much, they don't spend. Because people don't spend, a lot of businesses then have to keep their prices low to try and induce spending. And so you almost get like a deflationary economy. Which from an economics perspective is bad. From a realistic standpoint, probably doesn't really, it's not that bad. I mean, better for people to have things stay cheap, right, and stable. You know, the rest of the world is having inflation, and yet you can still get a soda for 100 yen. You can get a soda for 100 yen. I mean, things are going okay for you, you know? Always have Arizona teas, the only thing holding down the U.S., man. They did have some egg inflation in Japan recently. Egg prices did go up. They actually had real bird flu, not like made up bird flu. Costco hot dog combo. The only thing that's keeping the country stable is the Costco hot dog combo. I mean, if you can live within, like, regular driving distance of the Costco, I mean, you really could live off of the hot dogs and, like, the rotisserie chickens. You can't really buy anything else. There's a lot of stuff at Costco that's not a good deal. 100 yen is not a lot cheaper than a regular shop in London. Well, currently 100 yen is like 70 cents. What does 70 cents get you in a shop in London? Maybe it's just the US sucks. Maybe it's just bad out here. I've seen that YouTube video of a guy that tries to cook a day's worth of meals for like £1. That's pretty impressive. He said it's almost impossible to do now. Kind of got to get stuff on at least sale. I think he tried not to get stuff on clearance. Am I a mammal? I think so. I have nipples. I kind of have like a third nipple. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't think I've ever lactated before. You don't know? I mean, I've never like had a doctor analyze it and like be like, yo, that's a third nipple. Like, I've never thought to ask. show it. I think I've shown it on stream before. I'm not going to show it again. Did I show it recently? Is that true? Okay, well, there you go. Gotta watch all the VODs to find it. $128 for a can of Coke or whatever in London? That's pretty good prices in London. Well, isn't like the pound kind of crapping itself? I mean, I'm not bullying. I'm not bullying the UK. I'm just saying. Isn't your currency like devaluing? I haven't laid an egg. Please bully the UK more. I just don't understand the whole Brexit thing. Last night, I had to poop in public, and so I went to a toilet in the mall, and they had a Toto washlet in there, and I thought it was the same as the one in my B&B. So I turned it on full blast, and I turned it on, and I was waiting for it to time out, and I didn't stop. So like I was just like trying. It was like a Dragon Ball Z battle, but it was like a heavy stream of water in my butthole, and it was like I was trying to like I'm gonna beat you, and it just never stopped. Like I must have sat there for like 5 minutes. Never felt cleaner in my life. And I'm like, all right, I just had to turn it off. Like, I heard people entering and then leaving the bathroom as I was battling the bidet. It just seems like it was a bad economic decision to leave the EU. But whatever. I don't know anything. I'm from the US, and we make all sorts of terrible decisions. I just feel like when you do legal immigration, you basically guarantee that people are going to be documented and have to pay taxes. Versus making immigration really hard that might get people to come in illegally, and then they don't pay any taxes. All the bathrooms are clean in Japan. I did see a bathroom in a park and a bathroom in a subway station that weren't like super clean. They had squat toilets as well, which are kind of scary. Like little holes in the ground. I'm always worried I'm going to fall in the hole. You've seen he just bested them all in Japan? I mean, yeah, I mean, if the employees don't get to it, you know. I did see a sign in the toilet that said, please do not squat on the toilet. Please only sit. And the languages it was written in was English, Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. And I'm trying to figure out who are the people that are like squatting on the toilets that are causing these messages. I don't think it's the Americans. And the Americans are terrible tourists, but I don't think we're squatting on the toilet seat. I feel like we're low. Can I get egg rolls in Japan? I haven't really seen them. A lot of gyoza out here. You get a lot of fried dumplings. I'd rather have gyoza than an egg roll, to be honest with you. Get one now. Like an egg roll? I just told you I can't get one. You want me to get gyoza? Like just one? I did go to this one bar that said it was like 500 yen for like a drink and an appetizer. And I was like, yeah, I'll take the gyoza. And it was like the tiniest plate I've ever seen with like 3 like if Barbie had a gyoza accessory kit. Like Barbie's cooking Chinese food accessory kit, that was the size of the gyoza that were on the plate. Hard to feel like you're getting a good value in the bars, man. I feel like they really gouge you at the bars. You can get cheap food, but not at the bars. They screw you over. You can get a good value on drinking. If you spend 1,000 yen for unlimited drinks and you drink a new drink every 5 minutes, but I don't know, you can get a bottle of wine for 500 yen. You can get definitely get a 6-pack of beer for under 1,000 yen. Definitely get 1,000 whatever highballs or whatever for under 1,000 yen. Are you buying those bottles? Did we finish that bottle last night? Hold on a second. Hold on. I see like an empty bottle. And that looks like what we were drinking yesterday. It had a goat on it. I don't remember finishing it. Is there milk in it? I don't... there might be some goat milk in it. It was a little musky. Which is like not how I would normally want to describe my wine. I need to go over there and investigate. I'll be right back. So this was like 500 yen. We didn't finish it last night. It was okay, but it's like a little musky. Like, I don't know. I don't know that I would get it again. This is really cool. This is just black coffee, like a big bottle of black coffee. It's like 100 yen. Maybe a little bit more. Not a lot more. Did I buy any X-rated items from the convenience store yet? Not yet. I'm gonna wait to go like serious sex toy shopping when Noxella gets here. I want to make sure I get something that's large enough for him, you know? I've been window browsing. The ones in the Arnold gotcha machine is doesn't seem that large. No, I'm gonna wait for you to be here. I'm not just gonna play it normally. Like I want to stream it. If I go to the dildo crane machine. I'm not a coward. It's I never have coins, dude. I've got so many 1 yen coins. I'm legit thinking of taking my 1 yen coins and like throwing them out. Like I don't know what to do with them. Like, the subway doesn't even take a single yen coin. I could, like, really piss off a convenience store worker by saving up, like, 100 of them. Like the ones Reno visits? I just haven't seen them, man. The cheapest thing I think I've seen is like, I've seen some drinks on sale for 50 cents. I mean, do you think any employee is going to want to sit there and count out 50 portions? I mean, I guess they'll be obligated to. But I know when they're heading back, this asshole. This asshole's coming in with 50 yen. What I could do is if I had 100 yen coins, is I could bring in my 100 yen coins and then bring like 8. Like anything under 20 to 25 is probably okay. So yeah, my brother-in-law's girlfriend should probably have landed by now. I'm just gonna check my messages to make sure that she got to her hotel because that's just throw all the 1 and 5 yen coins in the Temple Shrine collection boxes. I'd keep my 5 yen, but the 1, like, they just like take up space. I mean, not that it's a very complicated country to get around. Okay, nothing there. Email. She must be fine. What is my Zendaya post limit? If it goes over 1 a day, we gotta limit you to the cat thread. And then you can only post Zendaya in the cat thread. So it'll just be cat pictures and Zendaya. I want to go back to fighting real things. Hold on. Fisherman's Fee. Oh, we're finally here. Okay. Is this for the HR or is this the actual, like, break? It's the actual urgent. I mean, it's albino posting it. I don't know if it's even better for... Well, maybe it is better for HR. I really don't know. I feel like it's worse. You're not that far off. It's like 18 to do it. So if you can do it at 15, which I think you're 15. 14? I mean, I just remember the 3 Jaggies. It's like 900 per quest when you're low rank. I mean, it's fine. I mean, if people need low rank Jaggy parts or laggy parts, it's fine to do one. I guess I should probably actually focus on making something now. Getting a Devil Joe face break would be nice. I could make the Devil Joe Greatsword, at least the low rank or the unupgraded version. It'd be kind of nice to make that set. Time to try out the best monster in the game. It's the best, consistently the best online experience. But hunting, we're going to fight a Laggy, and then I want to fight a Devil Joe. I think it'll be a lot of fun. It's been fun. Early Devil Joe was great. How's Greatsword on Deus? It's probably alright. Need focus or else he'll slap you before you can get a charge off? On Deus? For real? Maybe like a level 3. You could probably get a level 2 off, though. Or just draw slash him. Or combo into strong charge. Combo into strong charge is probably not even that bad, damage-wise, even if you don't really charge it. The best is probably just getting the Baltzinger or some other high-rank lance. Just the movement is so nice in Deus. And blocking is nice, too, for the roars. Lance is just too strong in this game. I mean, honestly, even the Barioth Lance is probably fine. Like, Sabretooth. I don't think he takes any ice damage, but I think Barioth is, other than Devil Joe and Elatrion, like, the strongest raw. He has so much, like, free affinity. Oh, nice. At least the attack buffer window is like really large on Sword and Shield in this game. When you're underwater. On land, I don't really know. Underwater, it doesn't really care. With mostly upgraded stuff, and he still hits pretty hard. I mean, I guess I'm really not wearing a helmet, but even still. See, I don't know what the first best recommended meal is to give people that are just landing in Japan for the first time. I mean, assuming their stomachs are settled, I'd say ramen. But if your stomach isn't settled after traveling, I can't imagine like a worse meal for giving you massive explosive diarrhea than full-fat tonkatsu ramen. Probably my favorite curry dish would be bad too. There's also like a lot of... I'm just like a lot of like really good Japanese food is like fried and greasy. I could have them order a lighter ramen. That's true. I mean, I guess sushi makes the most sense. But like, I'm just a cheapskate, and I've only really gone to like the cheap sushi places. I can't really recommend any good sushi places. I'll be tweaking if we're spending like, you know, over 100 yen a piece. 150 yen a piece. Ooh, I wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm like, I can get so much more sushi! Riori with you? If there's a set price and I can pay it and feel satisfied, it's okay. Otherwise, I'm just going to tell them that you're paying. Are these the normal tri-servers? They have been restored. They're landing in Osaka, hyper-acute. Iwata Airport? Which one is it in Osaka? Iwata? The place I went the other day near the Umeda Sky Building was really good. I don't know what this is. Got another plate, man. I can make the longsword. I've got like over 5 plates. This is almost entirely from low rank Legiacris too. Yeah, you could play it, Dinky Dinkelson. Just do exclamation try to get to the server, information Discord server. 1,000 points, 120 subquests, and like what? Legiacris is like 1,000, right? Do the Ignactor. Actually, hold on. Okay, I don't see it. Do the Ignactor. Is that capturing an actor? Go for specialist? Maybe we'll get an extra para. Para on Ignactor, I think, is actually okay. Just to get, because he's always moving. Diving. Go for it. We'll see. I don't know how much research they've done. It was like 1 day ago, and they were asking us how they should get to their hotel, and I'm like, I mean, you should probably know. You should probably have figured that out. You can take a taxi and spend like $100, or you can take the train and spend like $10. You can take a van and spend like around that much. Found it through my YouTube. My YouTube was pretty good for try. I don't know. I don't do like a lot of planning for activities, but I always do a lot of planning to make sure I can get to my place okay. Like, I want to know when I land, like, how am I getting where I'm going? I think that's normal. That's a normal thing, right? He was like, can my girlfriend stay with you guys? It's like, if she doesn't mind sitting on my bed and listening to me stream for 5 hours as soon as she lands in Japan, sure. You know, I mean, I think it'd be better if she went to her hotel. They're like, oh, do you not have a big place? And like, it's a fine place, but it's like for 2 people. Go somewhere and see how it goes. I mean, there's always Uber, I guess. Taxi. She can stay with us. I mean, I just imagine her like sitting on, because like I take the blanket off my bed, just like sitting on my bare bed as Jen's sleeping next to her and the air conditioner's blowing on her, like on her phone, bored as hell. I mean, I would want to sleep. At least take a nap. At least take a shower once you get off the airplane. You. Good. They're staying somewhere bougie, albino. I don't even want to see their place. I know he's spending over $100 a night. Which is like very upsetting. It's like, what would that be? 14,000 yen a night. Staying in the Monster Hunter suite. I mean, I wouldn't be jealous of that. If anything, I would no longer be jealous. I would be fine. I mean, just imagine, like, a slightly upscale hotel room, and then they tell you it's the Monster Hunter suite, and all they've done is taken their slightly upscale hotel room and put a big Rathian sticker on the window. Like, how patronized would you feel? Like, I would feel like it would be so condescending. Like the equivalent of like telling like an adult Star Wars man-child fan like, oh look, it's Luke Skywalker, and going like, ah, it's Luke Skywalker, and there's just like a Luke Skywalker like action figure like on the dresser or something. You cannot keep the Rathian sticker. The Rathian sticker is on the window. You're not allowed to take it with you. Like, if they designed the room so it looked like a Monster Hunter room, like fur, you know, like little bits and bobs that looked like Monster Hunter stuff, you know, like the decorations you would see. Sure, okay, yeah, I would spend, you know, I might spend, you know, $200 to stay a night in something like that, because that would be a really neat experience. But to be given a room with a sticker in it, and then, like, for them to be like, you can have a serving of mochi at the bar. Like, that's just like, I can't think of anything lamer than that. Cat housekeeper. Brother, I mean, give me something to get excited about. I mean, yeah, I mean, if it... I mean, I would take almost anything. Yeah, I mean, if it had, like, you know, a stereo that would be configured to automatically play stuff. I mean, Square Enix did a better job. Didn't they have, like, a special Kingdom Hearts room that had, like, lore-specific items in a chest? I remember reading about that. And they're like, the item in the chest is important to the storyline. Because, of course, everything is. Proof of a hero? Sure. What if it, whenever you flush the toilet, it made the noise... when you drop an egg. Like a don't. I'd be okay with that. This is kind of cool. How often have you seen this? Oh, this is a great opportunity to attack the head. Holy crap. I love this monster. This attack is so good. Oh my god. People keep asking for laggy, like Ignator is way better. Like just way more interesting. I mean, a good attack is an attack that can kill you, right? If you never die to it, it must not be a very good attack. Laggy looks cooler. I mean, debatable. It looks okay. It's just like, Ignator is just like a better fight. Like in virtually every way. Not debatable. No, streamer, I'm right and you're wrong. Here's your opinion, man. But I do if I was locked in a grocery store. I mean, I guess I'd probably eat some food. I don't know, what do you think? What would you do? Wrong opinion haver. I'm putting you on the list, streamer. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Legicris. Just like don't put him on in the water. Water's just bad. On land, it's a bigger Ludroth. And try, that's true, but I kind of like his moveset in Generations. I would take Legicris on land over Kezu like every single time. Is there a Devil Joe here? No, right here. You would cook? On what though? I guess it depends on the grocery store. Some grocery stores have stuff to cook on, right? You're one of the few people that likes underwater combat. I mean, that's okay, man. I mean, the heart wants what the heart wants, right? And your heart wants underwater combat. There's worse opinions to have. Thoughts on Uragaan? Pretty good. I like Uragaan. Nearly every tri-monster is good. Or better than, like, other older or newer monsters in some way. Like, it's quite possibly the best lineup we've ever had. Some people like Baggy. He needs to have his cracked out speed from 3U, I think, in order to be interesting. But he's not bad. Roster-wise, Rise is extremely strong. I think in theory, Rise could have the best roster. It's just then you have to play Rise. Like that's the problem. Then you're playing Rise. Gotta deal with the wire bugs and all the other issues. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you. The roster could be amazing. My opinion in Nightshade? You're joking, right? This is a joke? This is a bit? You wanna know? Nightshade is quite possibly the worst subspecies that Capcom has ever developed. Nightshade to me is the equivalent of like a junior game developer or intern that was on the Iceborne project being told like we need another monster by this time tomorrow, and it was like 3 p.m. and like they cooked up Nightshade in the morning and they said, all right, I'm done. I bring bombs. I did. Hit the beat. Do you think you'll ever do a no wirebug run sometime in the very far future? I think Rise is going in the same place that I'm putting GU. In that it's not like I'll never play the game again. But like it's got to be a really bad. It's got to be like a really bad content. It's my issue with Nightshade. You're talking about Nightshade like it could be a difficult fight. I'm talking about Nightshade in that the monster has basically one move. If he's on the ground, he basically has one move. Very rarely he'll charge you, but otherwise he just does his little tail flap. If we're at the point where I'm considering more Rise or GU runs, I'm probably just gonna see if I can get like a real job for like a year. Just do that for a year. Take a year off of like streaming full time and just do something else. Do I need another hunter? There might be a spot. I think someone else is in the lobby. But if there's a spot, you can get it. Because like when I'm streaming, like I want to entertain people. Like I want to hopefully generate like meaningful content. And like if I'm not doing that, then like what's the point? I want to feel like I'm creating something interesting. And I don't feel like there's a lot of opportunity to do something super interesting with Rise. Like, there's so many weird and interesting things I could do in World with native PC that require so much work to get done in Rise that, like, I would rather just keep doing World content or any of the older games content than try and squeeze, something out of... Like, trying to squeeze cow milk out of an almond. Like, you can get nut milk, can't get cow milk. For you, content's great. I could definitely see, and like 3U is not even that great of a game, but I would take 3U 100 times out of 100 over Rise, and GU to a certain extent. For U is amazing. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 4U. 4U is arguably one of the best games. If we had a proper HD port, it would absolutely be the best game. That's the only issue right now is you got to play it on Citra. Or on a real console and output that way, and that's ugly. Wii U multiplayer for Wii U? It'd be nice if there was a way to connect to those servers from the PC. I mean, a Monster Hunter 1 gimmick run is more likely than a GU gimmick run? I've actually never fully cleared Monster Hunter 1, or Freedom, for that matter. So yeah, I mean, it wouldn't even need to be a gimmick run. I'd just be like, I guess I'm going to try and beat Monster Hunter G or Monster Hunter Freedom. And as horrible as the grind can be, to get, like, you gotta kill, like, 50 Rathalos. Something like you gotta kill 50 Rathalos in Freedom to unlock, like, G rank or high rank. Like, whatever. You can get Monster Hunter World working on Nintendo 64. There's definitely smarter people than me out there that could get it working. I don't think there's a lot of people that have ever beaten Monster Hunter Freedom. I feel like that's like a very, very small list. Because, you know, it's just kind of bizarre. Like, the way to rank up is, like, you gotta kill 50 Rathalos. I could see this game running on a PS1. You know, assuming offline Rathalos is counted, Fume, and I would have to find out, I don't think 50 Rathalos would be that much significantly different than Kutku. Because with, I'm gonna go get some extra traps. Because with Sword and Shield, and maybe even other weapons, like, you can pretty much reliably headlock Rathalos in Freedom. Sword and Shield is just so strong. Like, imagine getting the strongest Sword and Shield in low rank and using that on Rathalos over and over again. Like, I think it'd be pretty good. I guess that was unnecessary. I mean, you could pretty much headlock Rathalos easily in Monster Hunter 1 with Lance. It's so powerful. Those older games were kind of easier to do that sort of stuff in. Ooh. Ooh. Anyone dropping out of lobby? Hold on. Where's my greatsword set? We're getting there. I'm gonna be making the Devil Joe weapon, man. I need one Fang, man. I mean, we're here. What is it? I'm surprised you didn't just find it. 115. Is there a piece that gives 4 points of crit draw? Oh. Well, the helm gives 5. That's not even that bad. Oh, is it a dong helm? Looks pretty good, actually. I like the way it looks. How come I can't see the Diablo's chest? Crit draw 2. Is there a crit draw Deca? Oh yeah, it might be low rank. Crit draw is 1. If I chose to leave this planet and create my own civilization, would I do it? I don't think I'd do a better job than like what humanity's done. I don't think it's any better. Oh, well, the arms are a possibility. It's 5 crit draw there. So it's either the arms or the head. I kind of like the way the head looks, though. The question is, like, what gives the most points in attack? Flexibility. The arms of the head. I mean, I guess technically you wouldn't need crit anymore. Create highways in my image. That's okay. Where's the focus? You need focus? I mean, you don't need focus. Is it like Baggy gives focus in this game? Jen gives it too, right? Not much. I mean, really, I should just be putting... those arms are pretty good. I should just be putting this into the online ass. More Germans? It's very suspicious, isn't it? Oh, let me see if I got the Devil Joe. Oh. The most suspicious thing is it's like 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. I think they'd be tired. Let me be German in peace? I didn't start the war with the Germans. They started it with me, dude. Don't you get mad at me. You get mad at your country people. They're the ones that start the beef. I am. You should be mad. I have an internal country ranking on Twitch, and I can tell you with absolutely certainty right now, Germans are all the way at the bottom. they're like, if there was like a negative position that they could be in, that's where I would put them. Just like the absolute worst viewers. Some of them like are okay. Dutch, they don't. I mean, they don't rank positively or negatively. They don't stand out necessarily. How's Mexico doing? Latin America is based. Latin America is probably the top of the list. Central and South America, easily the best viewers. What about Japan? We don't get too many Japanese viewers, but if we're going mostly off of Ein, I mean, he was great. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Japanese viewership is amazing. But that's like the elite strike squad. UK's been going up steadily in the rankings. I could say UK is probably above average at this point. I had a negative encounter with a English person at one point earlier in my life. But I would say UK Twitch viewerships mostly redeemed themselves. Some great hunts. We'll be on tomorrow. Be hunting tomorrow too. I'm sure if you asked the average UK person, if they could ban all soccer hooligans from leaving the country, they would probably, like, vote for that. They would probably be like, that's fine by us. So, you know, it's not like I don't have any forgiveness in my heart. I've got some. I have some understanding. Like, I think most Americans should probably not be allowed to travel either. The only thing I don't get about Germany is it's like, you've got such a good country, you know? Like, low pollution, a great economy, wonderful transportation and health services, great and cheap beer. I mean, above average food. It's not the best food in the world, but it's not bad. Like, what's there to be so depressed over? What are you guys crying about? I guess your video games are censored. I don't know if your porn is censored, but your video games are censored. I guess that kind of sucks. He might get another para while he's in the ground. Am I gonna die? I can't. I have no idea where he is. Shoot! No! I thought I was safe. Australia is mostly okay, but it's tough for them to watch my streams. And I had one Australian viewer that was completely insane. Did I win? No, I died, man. He was out there like, everyone in Australia is a kitty diddler, and I've got proof. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? He was like one of those like insane conspiracy theorists. He was a normal chatter until some like, I think the hentai... We're talking about, like, the hentai ban in Australia, and he started going crazy. He was, like, supporting the banning of hentai, and it's like, that's how you know. That you found the villain. I don't understand how, like, free democratic societies end up voting for censorship. Guy's just porn, but with anime. Yeah, man. It was, like, restricted or something, man. I don't know. I think they're, like, blocking, like, websites and stuff like that. I would imagine your average Australian wouldn't care. This is a politician move, I think. Probably some politician's son or something was locked in his room with doing a jackathon to something. Stop reading all those cartoons. Dude, that's how he gets you, man. You go to heal and he pops out from under you. Yeah, I don't know about that NTR tag, man. I don't know why. When I was in the internet cafe, Wet Dogs, you could you could click on the adult manga. And if you clicked on that, it would show, like, the most popular, and And NTR was the most popular tag. I'm not judging, I'm just telling you what I saw. I'm just reporting the facts. It's not an observational bias. I'm just telling you what I saw. I mean, like you could say that I hallucinated it. Cool when you're like one card away from obliteration. Oof. Pretty good combos. Ooh. Why'd you get Magmadron over him? I don't think Magmadron is necessarily bad, but I mean the reason was because they didn't want to have to animate another monster. Oh my god, that's so much damage. The Rocktor was right there. That's a little monster. Not the same as a big monster. I'm not sure if Sinclair is aware of critical distance. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to sack beat him. I thought Magmadron was a good fight. I don't know. I know about it. Sinclair's sitting there. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I know how to gun. Oh, what was that? What was that signal at the end? Was that signal like, I'm going to die, and then you push the button because you knew you were going to die, or was it ready for capture? That was the pitfall trap? That's painful, man. That's tough, dude. Is this like a required? Is this like a key quest? I'm assuming it is. You bring more stuff to throw at the mob. I think we're fine. We just, you know, we just died a little bit. World looking as brilliant as ever. It's a good game, man. Did I already get a Kelby Horn object? I think the paralysis was helping out a little bit. Oof. Let's just do this one, man. Dominator, best fight. Best fight. That's a really interesting thing to say. Like, in what way? That'd be interesting if you said best monster, but best fight? It's not even moving most of the time. It's just like standing. Does his day cycle do something? It makes it day or night? I mean, he's a big snake. I mean, big snakes are cool. I just don't know that the fight's that interesting. I mean, it's a big monster puzzle fight. Yeah, look, it's the best large monster set piece we've had since like. I mean, ever. I mean, other than Gen, I don't know if we count them in the same category. Gen's better. Like Nicarco. Nicarco's actually really good. One of the best additions from Generations. I wish we had him in a real game. Traps and flash bombs? A pitfall trap would be helpful. How you doing over there, Jen? He's stuck in Toronto? For how long? He's gonna be in tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon? $4:30? Yo, that's gonna suck. Because he's gonna basically get here, get to his airport, sleep, and then we're gonna have to get a car and drive to Hakone. That was his idea. That was not my idea. He wanted to do that. Good. We'll take her out to. Yeah, no, we'll take her out for dinner. Yeah, we'll take her out. That's gonna suck, man. Imagine being traveling for like nearly 48 hours straight. You get to sleep for like 8 hours, then you gotta drive 6 hours to Tokyo. Toilet has joined the live stream. I don't think I've ever seen anybody talk like that on Twitch before. That's unique. Dog is the best final boss. Dog's amazing. Most GU monsters are at worst okay. Yeah, I mean, you know. Gammoth kind of sucks. Frost Peak is an improvement. Get paid for this by my manager who works on the toilet company. Do you guys have like washlets in your toilet, or is it just like a normal toilet? Soloing Lao is fine. Yeah. 4 birds in a trench coat who played the live stream. I saw the birds at the zoo. I don't know if I took too many pictures of them. They were great. I felt like they had more space than the monkeys. I felt really bad for the monkeys. Like, they were not given a lot of room. To be honest, I feel bad for a lot of the animals. Like, I don't know, it's this weird guilt thing where, like, on one hand, like, I really like the zoo and I really like animals, but on the other hand, I'm like, they should just be free. You know what I mean? Just let them go. Like, I saw the wolves. Wolves were interesting. You could tell that they were different from dogs, but when they looked at you, they looked a lot like a dog. You can tell, like, that animal can be domesticated into being a little fuzzy friend. They're... I mean, I wonder if to a certain extent even wolves have started to become domesticated, like wildly, like whatever, just by like living on a planet dominated by humans. Good zoos and bad zoos and mediocre zoos. I would rank the Osaka Zoo, the Tennoji Zoo, as a little bit of all of those. It was definitely a very bad zoo for the monkeys. Just straight up, it was a bad zoo. Like, not enough space. Like, they looked like little prisoners in their cages. Like, they did not look happy. I don't know if they were helping with conservation efforts at all with the monkeys. The red panda, treated like an absolute king. like literally, like king status red panda. So, red pandas treated very well. Most of the savanna animals, like the lions and stuff, they were given a pretty good amount of space, relatively speaking. You know, rhinos, the goats, I mean, they all look, you know, relatively happy. I'd put that at, like, okay. There was, like, a big enclosure for a bunch of birds. Some of the birds had, like, kind of a small space, but I think at night they got like a larger space. So it was like only a couple hours a day they kind of got put into like a smaller section. But they still seemed okay. I mean, look, people keep birds in cages all the time. It's maybe not right, but it's not, doesn't seem that cruel. The only thing that's cruel is there's some tourists that are kind of assholes. And I try to make noises and stuff to get the animals to look at them. Like, don't bother the animals, man. They're already in a little cage. Is that me? Absolutely not. I love the animals. I want to understand if I could just slowly pilot around like a silent, invisible drone to look at them, I would prefer that. I mean, no, nearly every exhibit is like, don't make any loud noises, don't tap on the glass or on the bars. You know? I mean, it's the rules, but it's also like just like common sense. Like, don't bother them. Like, you don't want to stress them out. The amphibian exhibit looked okay. I don't know how much like higher brain function amphibians have. They didn't seem sad. They were given plenty of food. It's just like, it's mostly the mammals and the birds that you really worry about. I remember reading a book in the process of getting my master's degree. This must have been a very interesting class. I can't remember what it was, though. And it was a book that was trying to, like, resolve a debate about whether or not animals can feel love or not. That's an interesting question. I think anyone that's ever had a dog can probably pretty safely say that that dog loves them. Possibly more than humans can. So I don't know, it's kind of a silly question. I mean, you could be an absolute garbage human being in every way possible. And a dog will still love you. I think cats can love you up to a certain extent, but I'm pretty sure most cats will still eat you if you die. That's my personal belief. I have nothing to back that up. And I'm not saying they don't love you, but I'm almost positive they would eat your body. I'm telling you, even the most loving cat, like if you die and you're gone for 24 hours, they are eating you. You are getting consumed. You think many dogs would too? I think they've said some... I mean, dogs last a lot longer than cats do. Dogs would be depressed for a lot longer. Cats eat their own babies too. I know. I mean, it's just the, you know, rules of the wild. That's what they do, man. This is different. Maybe it's their way of showing their love. Like, you're going to be a part of me forever. I'm sure given the opportunity, Jen would probably eat me. I'm just saying that to see if she can react if she hears me. You heard me. Yeah. Do you have any statements on that? Sperm whales have a call for when they want to hug? That's nice. Would I eat Jen? No way. Why'd I say it like that? Because I wouldn't want to eat you. Jen almost sounds offended. Are you offended? I'm sure you would taste delicious. If I had to eat a human, you would be the first one. Does that make you feel better? Now she's laughing now. Okay, good. She's in a better mood now. Eat something to survive, there's already dead season and starving? I mean, if you're in a situation where it's literally life or death, like, I don't know how many people could really blame you. Was it the Chilean soccer team? What soccer team was it in the Andes Mountains? I mean, nobody really blames them, I don't think. It's already messed up enough that they had to go through that. Cannibalism is illegal, though. Remember there being a very strange set of laws in the United States where it's technically not illegal to eat someone, it's just illegal to acquire meat to eat. Does human taste like? I've heard it's similar to pork or chicken, which kind of makes sense. Pork. Can Archer, does that show Archer say, like, called human, like, long pig? It's messed up. Some humans look kind of like a pig, so it kind of makes sense. Wasn't there like a Hollywood actor that was getting a lot of work for no reason, even though he wasn't any good, that was like legitimately like deranged? He like asked his much younger girlfriend if he could like keep her toe. Like, can I have your toe? Will you give me your toe and I can carry it around with me? He's like, that would prove you really love me if you just gave me your toe. Arnie Hammer, yes. Gary Busey wouldn't take the toe and hold on to it. He would just chew it off a living person as they screamed at him. Really call Me By Your Name times he was crazy. He said he was just into BDSM, but he was ready to eat people. There's a big difference between being into BDSM, like, oh, enjoying like some light bondage and like some fuzzy handcuffs, and being like, oh, can you please give me your toe? Or, I want to eat you. You know what I mean? I guess super into BDSM is beyond fuzzy handcuffs, but getting someone's toe is not BDSM, I don't think. he's a little inspirational in the sense that, like, if he can get a Hollywood career, that means any one of us could really do any job if we just got a little bit lucky enough and in the right position. You know what I mean? Like, how, like, think about, like, was it Ezra Miller for The Flash? Like, if that guy can get a leading role in a DC movie, like, any one of us, really. Jeff Goldblum might have a toe. Six couches. Anyone can get 6 couches. Just go to the Goodwill, man. I've got everything here. I need the Devil Joe. You have rich parents. I mean, I guess there's this whole modern breakdown of how all of the modern Hollywood stars have, like, parents that are Hollywood stars. And, like, I've heard the argument that it's like, well, it's the connections, but it's also, like, your parents probably, like, taught you about acting from an early age and had good teachers that could teach you about acting, and you might have, like, the genes for acting. I mean, I guess that makes a little sense. Look at Legiacruz. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff is all networking. Like, who do you know? I mean, who do you know is, like, way more important than, like, what you know or how talented you are. Your luck to be a landlord run ended? Yeah, have to end eventually. I'm sure you got all the achievements that you could. 5 dresses for $40? I got 3 or 4 shirts and a wallet. It was for like $30. Cat gave you 1 billion coins and you got guillotined? Don't know the exact interaction. You gonna go shopping today, Jen? With me? Okay. Jen's gonna have another nephew soon, and so at the zoo she bought red panda socks for herself and she bought red panda socks for the baby. And I know she is very much looking for the moment where she could wear her red panda socks and the baby can wear their red panda socks. Confirm or deny, Jen? I know you're looking forward to it. You're like, this is going to be great. She's just laughing. That's how you know it's true. No socks for chat. Look, man, we're on a budget here, okay? They were really gouging, though. Like, if you wanted, like, an actual, like, red panda stuffed animal, it was like 3,000 yen. Like, what are you doing, man? Stuff wasn't even that overpriced at USJ or Sanrio Land. It was like, it was just the red panda. How big was it? The, like, extra small one was like 2,000 yen, and then, like, the medium-sized one was like 3,000 yen. I'll tell you, the red panda, huge block of ice. Big enough that it could lay down on it. Was it like the puma? Little disc of ice. Enough for it to lick it. The monkeys? Nothing. I'm telling you, man. There's something like... Maybe it was a jaguar. Could have been a jaguar, not a puma. Just like in Australia where they lost the war with the emus. Like, it almost feels like there was like a historic war in Japan where they lost a war to the monkeys and now they're punishing all the monkeys. Like, why even have the monkeys if you're not going to treat them right? The monkeys are just sitting there in their little cages, looking at you, sad. Meanwhile, like, they didn't even bother to put bars on the chimpanzee stage so they can just, like, jump out and chew your face off if they feel like it. Jen was scared, and you know what? I was a little scared too. There was nothing separating you from the chimpanzees. And it was our state where the woman got her face chewed off. Her friend was like, oh, I keep a pet chimpanzee. Sometimes he gets mad, but I mellow him out by giving him, like, Xanax and wine. It really mellows him out. Chimpanzee starts disassociating, goes back to the call of the wild. Wild animals, dude. I mean, look, I'm sure under the best of circumstances, with the right handlers, and, like, no mood-altering substances, you might get a chimpanzee doing all right. I got a really funny picture from the other day. I can't really show it on stream right now, because it's on my phone. But there's this, like, 2 stone statues of monkeys. And it was, like, it was the year 1937. And we didn't have any other forms of entertainment. So this monkey that learned how to eat with a fork and knife was the most entertaining thing in the country. And then the war happened, and the monkeys were a huge boost to the war morale. The chimpanzees. It's like crazy, dude. And then we went to the Tennoji Tower, and they're talking about the Glico-man sign. This guy. The guy that does this. And during the war, they're like, we need more scrap metal. They tore down the sign, man, for scrap metal. How? What weapon are you going to be able to do with, like, a slightly above average size sign of scrap metal? what is the... I understand that they're, like, melting down church bells and stuff for bullets. Like, you're not going to build an airplane out of a Glico-man sign. It's literally like a Fallout gun shooting scrap. They probably did use it for an airplane. Maybe. I'm just trying to think, think about a sign. Like, how much metal is in there? I mean, there's some, obviously. Meal trays? Yeah? I could see that. I could see a meal tray being made out of it. But the Glico company is interesting. I had no idea what they made. I had no idea. I thought they made, like, razors. They might make razors. But their sales were down. And a guy was like... They're like, we need a new product. The guy was like, how about we take a pretzel stick and we dip it in chocolate? And they're like, alright, that seems like an okay idea. And then they were testing it out, and they're like, man, chocolate's getting all over our hands. And then someone's like, well, what if we just didn't dip it all the way? And they tried that out, like, this is genius. And the engineers were complaining that it would be too difficult to manufacture, but they figured it out. Apparently nowadays, they sell more Pocky around the world than they do in Japan. And the name Pocky is after the noise it makes when you bite into it. Your nickname in high school was Pocky? Were you, like, always eating it? I imagine you, like, going around, like, your social clubs, like, the box of Pocky, like, want a Pocky? Imagine being that bougie that you could always carry Pocky around with you. It's very affordable out here. I feel like it's expensive in the States. It's like $1 out here. more than most people. I mean, it's meant to be shared. Yeah, I don't know how I would feel eating one Pocky. It would almost be like eating like one potato chip. Give out to a lot of folks. That's nice. Nice to be able to share like that. How you doing, Jen? I mean, what you're wearing right now is not too bad. You slept in it? I won't tell anyone. You're just going to the Family Mart, right? You hungry? Going for onigiri and a bean? Chat now knows you slept. Well, she's changing her shirt anyways. So. The usual. I imagine you sliding up to the counter of the Family Mart. Give me the usual. Throw a red bean paste bun and a cod roe onigiri at you. Pudding kudasai. She's gone, I think, 2 days without a pudding, and I could see, like, she's getting a little bit of a wild look in her eye. Got frenzied. Like a vampire that's been, like, deprived of, like, human blood for a while. She's Jared Leto that's been on the blue blood for, like, 3 months. Think I'll put on weight when you go to Japan? I mean, it all depends on how you handle it. I mean, I've been walking a ton, dude. And I've been cutting out breakfast. So, with that, I've been losing weight. But I'm normally, like, you know, given left to my own devices, I definitely will get chunky. I gotta think about it. Some people are so lucky, man. They can do whatever they want, and just their natural instincts lead them to being underweight. McDonald's pancakes? We could go get some. I mean, that's up to her, though. That's whatever she wants. I mean, you can get the McDonald's pancakes any time of day. Like, you don't have to get them at breakfast. I mean, you can get them at dinner time as a dessert. I mean, they're definitely sweet enough as a dessert. I mean, I don't need like a ripped six-pack. Like, I'm not starring in any movies anytime soon. I just don't want that too much of that central obesity, you know? They say it like increases your chance of like dying like a lot. So I'm doing what I can. You want to get rid of your chub? I mean, you do you, man. You want to twink out? That's cool. You know, I don't even mind Sword and Shield underwater at all anymore. I used to hate it. Did I ever have a six-pack at one point in life? I think in high school I had one. I did a lot of walking. I did some weightlifting. I don't like having any pictures of me like staring into a camera, like flexing my six-pack. But I had visible abdominals. I'm always in like Arnold six-pack. There's no Tinder profiles back then. It's probably a good thing. Do high schoolers date using dating apps? Or do they at least try to meet each other in high school? I'm assuming college students use dating apps. High schoolers did when I was in high school. It's just kind of weird, man. Getting mixed into the meat market in high school. Just the predators in the area. What was that? Nothing, John. Nothing. Nothing. It's so hard streaming, like, with another person in the room. And every time you say something especially deranged, like, they question you on it. And then she's gonna be eating breakfast, and she's just staring at me the whole time. And she says, I don't have anywhere else to sit. There's that chair. The chair you normally sit in. And you choose to sit in that chair because I know you like looking at me. There's more space there? Is that it? You got all the reasons all planned out. Viewers doing the same thing right now. Anyone eating right now? Anyone eating a little snack or a little meal while watching? That looks like Subshot. Can you eat popcorn? It's a good snack. Need to stop being such a delight. Finish eating tenders? Do you air fry them? I don't own an air fryer? Are you telling me I own like 3 air fryers and you own 0? Everything's in my little man wallet. You took the key too? Should be. You own 0 couches? What do you sit on? I'm not laughing. This isn't like a derisive, like mocking laugh. A chair? Is it like a comfortable chair, like a recliner, or like is it like an office chair, like a desk chair? Got it in monocle. I mean, I've got a couch right now I'm sitting on. I'm gonna have to really clean up this couch. Make sure you got a couch to sit on. That's gonna be a real highlight of your trip. Chair, cardboard box, TV. I just don't understand it. He's gonna sit in the chair to spite me? Do you think you'll maintain this look for your hair, or will I grow it out again? I'm kind of getting used to it, man. I really didn't like it at first. It was very traumatic for me. But the longer I've had it, the more I kind of like it. Like, just like the way, like, a PC, like a player character or NPC hair model is, like in video games, like a low resolution hair model. That's what I want my hair to look like. When, like, you don't want to be full bald, but they give you like a little bit of fuzz on your head. That's the look I'm going for. Yeah, just a little bump mapping. I can live with that. It's a lot of points. Some people alright. Some people think I've got like a dent. Like, it looks really smooth to me. Like, it's not deformed. I see no doubt. I'm just being gaslit, man. That's what it is. How often do you have to shave it? I'm very new to this, man, so like I can't really give you a very good answer. How can I play this? Is there a link to instructions? Type exclamation try. You have a really nicely shaped head. I really appreciate that. I'm thinking of getting like a haircut every 2 weeks. Just to have the guy like kind of fade up the side and then take this back down. My dent is reverting. I mean, it's been over a month since I wore like real headphones. And when I do wear headphones, it's usually earbuds now. And like I usually just put one in. Some people do not have a nicely rounded head. I saw a clip, and like I never watch him, but I saw a clip of Mizkif, and it was live, and he had something real messed up going off with his head. I don't know what's going on with that head, but that was not right. I want that Explorer. His hair... I'm not talking about his hairline. I got no judgment on his hairline. I just remember he was, like, kind of crying. I don't know why he was crying. And somebody's like, yo, how's the dent on your head? And he took off his headphones. And it was literally, like a full indent. I don't know what's going on there. I'm streaming it in the US. I'm not wearing those headphones again. I'll wear my Bluetooth headphones that go around my ears. I know it's weird. Unless I like really need the sound. Like I prefer just to stream in silence. I don't even let... I mean, you can tell, like, I haven't been listening to the sound or music at all. I don't mind being a bone boy. Forgot to eat again? I forgive you. Well, there might be a bug up here. The bug isn't what I want. I want... Oh, I didn't get it. Never mind. I just like... I've never really liked having anything on or in my ears. I'm just not a fan of it, dude. It just bothers me. Brings you back to your middle school days of watching me and playing Try? Well, you can go into your, hopefully, post-middle school days and still watch me and play Try right now. Servers are up for everyone. I mean, it's open beta. Who are you attacking? Ooh, you beat Elatron the other day. Have you been grinding out non-stop, or did you use your old character? Modern Monster Hunter will never have this kind of zone again. Guaranteed. Almost made it. Ooh. I'm so scared right now. Oh, so you went up from low rank stuff. Okay, that's fair. What HR were you? Or was it just village only? Village only? Okay. You get a pass. Any ideas what Modern Monster will look like in the next few years? It will almost certainly be released next year at some point. It'll be current gen only. I don't think it's going to be backwards compatible with the PS4 or Xbox at all. It will probably still have 16-person, maybe larger lobbies. I'm assuming larger or possibly interconnected zones with seamless loading. It will probably have some sort of a hunter pass and have more consistent content updates. I don't know whether it'll be good or not. I don't know if it'll have paid subspecies DLC, but I think we're at that point where we can not rule out them doing something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's within the realm of possibility. Oh, paid armor, paid layered armor and weapons is like a guarantee. Ray tracing for crispy 30 FPS. I don't think we'll be getting 60 FPS on the PS5 or Xbox Series. It's unlikely. But maybe. I don't know. The RE engine could do some pretty amazing things. It will be on the RE engine. Almost guaranteed. Ooh, nice. Get chilly here? I think I turned the fan up to high. So if you want to turn the fan down. You worry about me? That's so nice of you. Was I like shivering? It was a little cold. You know, I have it on dehumidifier. But it's cooling the rim off pretty nice, isn't it? That's what I was thinking. It's be good for those things. You want to fluff those things up when you're shooting your bike. I fluffed them last night. Oh. I was after a glass of wine. I've been drinking this black coffee at room temperature. I opened up the black coffee. I've been drinking it. You finish the other one if you don't mind. Okay. Yeah, I don't want any sweetness. I'm going for 0 calories until later in the day. You know, it's like the same feeling as exercising, except you feel a little hungry. And like that's your pain. Like exercising is painful. That's the Italian in you speaking. We're like Italian caveman, like, ooh, manja! Ooh, you're hungry! Ooh. You've only had one dinner! Oh, I'm having this amazing image in my mind of Italian caveman right now. Oh, that's beautiful. What's the matter? Why you no eat? You have to eat real food. Not mushrooms. That'd be horrible, man. Imagine being the guy that had to go out and hunt mammoths every day in the Italian community. People getting all pissed when he doesn't have enough gabagool for everyone. For the record, I want to say nobody in Jen's family has ever said the word gabagool. Kind of mystery beverage in there? It's not a word? They say it in The Sopranos. It's possibly something that New Jersey Italians said, and if they didn't say it, what's that noise? Jen just went, when I said New Jersey Italians. I'm not saying Jen is not Italian American, but she is like 100% Italian, parents directly from Sicily sort of thing, so. We're not gatekeeping Italian, I'm just making a statement. He's like old country Italian. Now she's definitely got relatives that enjoy cosplaying like modern New Jersey Italians. Definitely. Can I tell them your, would it be okay if I told them your cousin's rapper name, or would you not like that? I won't tell him the real name, but they could maybe look him up and get his real name. I don't think anyone's gonna care. Her cousin has red hair.
Okay, wait a second.
Okay, don't say it.
She's
like trying to distance herself from him.
My dad and his grandfather.
Mm-hmm. She's like I am not related to him. She's like, so she very distant. Okay, she's barely related to him. Her distant, barely even related cousin created rap videos of him and girls shaking their butt cheeks as he attempted a career as a hip-hop artist with the name Ginger Versace. We could probably watch the video on stream.
No.
Does he shake his butt cheeks too?
You get in trouble.
I don't think I'd get in trouble for that.
Don't show.
Why not? That means I'm related to him too. I'm not that upset. Jen is the one that's like, I'm not related to him. He's doing pretty well right now. He actually is living his dream right now. He's not rapping anymore, but he got into real estate in Florida, I think, and he's doing okay down there. Like, I mean, to be fair, good time to be in real estate. He's on Spotify. He's on Spotify, Jen. Let me see if I can find the video that I'm thinking of. I mean, it's probably just on YouTube, isn't it, right, Jen? My controller's probably going to die while I'm doing this. Imagine getting a DMCA strike for watching Ginger Versace on stream. It's not going to be TOS. I mean, it's not like nobody's showing their butthole. It's close, though.
I don't think you should show it.
You don't think I should show? How about we watch 30 seconds of it? He's got a lot of videos, Jen. Jen, he's got a lot. He was... This one's got 15,000 views. That's pretty good. We're just going to watch it a little bit. Subscribe to him. He's going place. He got 73 upvotes. Oh, I don't know what it's doing. Hold on. Let me reset it.
You're gonna break the internet.
I'm not going to break the internet. I don't know what the quality settings are. That's 1080p. That does not look like 1080p.
See us? We want the bottles, the bitches, the sections, all that.
Jen, he says he wants the bottles and the bitches.
Okay,
could you see? That's enough? We're only 30 seconds in, and all it did is show a beach.
HBF, ho.
Lost so many friends in the past, but it ain't mean nothing to me. 'Cause I got what I want.
Alright, you could see the girl's almost entire butt cheeks.
Telling you, you shouldn't be showing that. You guys flex.
I have kids watching me. If you're a kid, you're not allowed to watch this. Jen says you're not allowed to watch.
This is what I want. This is what I want.
They're showing her eating an ice cream cone as she rubs suntan lotion on her body.
You can't see me now, right from the beginning. I be stunting how is what they ask in my confession is I made in everything they ever wanted. Now they see it, I portray it. I'm the hottest on the scene. Bitch, don't question me, right from the beginning.
So he went from LA down to Florida, huh?
I held it down. I gave your bitch ass a chance.
I mean, that's where he recorded this video.
Now I got the crown. It's all good. You say I changed. Think again. Just keep it 100. Keep it 100. Lost so many friends in the past, but it ain't mean nothing to me. 'Cause I got
They really only have one girl here.
what I want.
There was another video. He had a whole bunch of girls.
In the bottles with the bitches, that's just what I want. This is what I want.
Okay. Hold on. All right, that's probably enough of that.
I told you.
Oh my god, man. They're like doing some sort of like they're like doing some sort of like a twerk competition. That wasn't even the worst of it. All right, hold on. We'll watch that part again. Maybe it gets better. I'm not gonna get banned. I might get banned for that. Hold on. Dude, she's crawling around. Okay, oh, I can't show this. I'm gonna get in trouble. Jen, she was like crawling on a bed in like a thong bikini, dude.
I told you.
I know. You told me, you warned me. It's like there's no way it's gonna get worse. And it totally got worse. You know, I don't understand how you can like put that in a YouTube video and not have a lot of views. The thing is if I was like a Twitch streamer shaking my butthole in a thong bikini, I wouldn't get in trouble. But if I show a video of someone in a thong bikini shaking it, I'll get in trouble. And that's not right. There's no justice in this world, man. That's how you know. Do you think his parents watched that video, Jen?
I think they're very happy he's doing what he's doing now.
You think they're very happy he's doing what he is doing now? But do you think they watched it?
I don't know.
Do you think they helped pay for it?
No.
Okay. What if they did? Will I see him at the next family reunion? If I were to see him at any point, it would be like Thanksgiving or Christmas or New Year's. I've definitely seen him at Christmas before, right, Jim? No, I've definitely... Look, he came over with his sister one time, and they... Right? And they kept saying, hey, ugly. They're calling each other ugly. It was actually kind of mean. It's like two siblings say, hey, ugly. Hey, ugly. It's mean. It's super rude. I mean, that's totally something siblings would do to each other. I'm just saying, it's like a messed up thing to do. Whether you're ugly or not, you don't call your sibling like, hey, ugly. I call my brother ugly? Now that would be really messed up. No. In high school, I used to tell him that I was like faster. I almost said farter. I was definitely farter. I said I was faster than him, quicker than him, stronger than him. Stuff like that. But I would never call him ugly. It was like a saying thing. Faster, quicker, smarter, stronger. He's probably smarter than me. He's got his postdoctorate, man. I've got a clown degree in economics. And now I'm a professional clown, so... You know, who won that war? I could still probably fart better than he can, though. Jen was out on a walk the other day as I was like napping, and I was just like chilling out in the room farting, and she came back and she said, "This room stinks." She's like, "You've been pooping in this room?" So like I was cranking it out, man. So, I mean, I got that going for me. I don't know if it's anything to brag about. It was gross, yeah. I mean, it's gross when you open up the door and you're just like, man, someone's been... And, like, the worst part is, like, I'd been under a blanket, so then when I got up, there was, like, a second wave. It was like the reserve troops were ready on deployment. And so the second wave came out immediately. She's not amused right now. I'm getting stared at. She's directly across from me. It wasn't like I knew she was coming. I was just like farting it up, man. Yeah, if you can't fart it up when you're alone, like when can you? Like this isn't 1984. I should be at least free to fart in my room. What did I eat? I think that was the day after I had an extra large beef bowl with like egg and green onion. I got the mega beef bowl. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, you can use your imagination. But they were, it was potent. I don't like keep like a fart diary of like what I ate and then what led to larger farts, but if my memory serves me right, that's what was going on that day. Some people keep like a dream journal. keeping a fart journal. One of my greatest fears is I'm going to be in a tightly packed subway car or like elevator and just like rip ass so hard that somebody like throws up. You fart on your fiance because he can't retaliate? That's cruel. There's not too many homeless people in Japan. There's definitely a lot of, like, super drunk people. There's definitely people that are, like, for whatever reason, planning to sleep outside for the night. Might be homeless, might just be like, I'd just rather sleep here. Sometimes you get the feeling it's like a choice thing. Because, like, of all the places to choose to sleep, like, you're choosing to sleep, like, in the middle of the Dotonbury Street. Like, that's not where I would sleep. I'd pick, like, the park. A place little out of sight. You want to be going, like, trying to sleep someplace where there's gonna be like hundreds of people walking around you all the time. I'm not saying they're not really homeless. I'm just saying that's like a... It's not where I would camp out. Seems like it's just a place you want to hang out to maybe do a little bit of panhandling. Not that there's a lot of panhandling. I don't know that I've seen anyone actually like put out a thing for money just for money. Usually they're like selling something or performing in some way. I think there's a lot of rules against that in Japan. Streamers are digital panhandlers. I consider the term busker. Thank you very much. And I've got like the little like drum, the kazoo thing, like the cymbals on my back. I got all that stuff. And I'll take internet clown. I don't view it as an insult in the least. Don't buskers have license or permits? Where's mine? I have a contract. Well, actually, I don't even know if I have a contract with Twitch anymore. That's a whole other conversation. I definitely got one with the GG Talent Group. Virtually every streamer I know that has talked about it has said that Twitch has not offered them a renewal on their contract. Mind you, I haven't had like a real contract offered to me from Twitch since like the summer of like, I think it was 2019. Could have been 2020. But it's been like, call it at least 3 years. Hammer is extremely good in this game. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what to say about Twitch. Weird company. I like a lot of things about Twitch, but I just make it harder every day to stream here. Exclusively, I should just turn on the restream. Time to move to Kick. You know, it for a while it felt like there were good guys and bad guys. And even for a while it felt like Kick is a real bad guy. I mean, you know, they were letting all the worst content creators on, and you know, they're a Bitcoin front for gambling. But it's not, you know, they also literally give you an option to disable hot tub streams and gambling streams, which Twitch doesn't give you. Have a good night, Kaiser. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I mean, they're the bad guys. We could all say they're the bad guys, and they are, but Twitch isn't that much better. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, they're all conglomerates that want to suck as much money out of their unpaid content clowns that they can. You know what I mean? So, like, if I was, oh, you watched somebody shoot up cocaine? Oh, was that on Kick? Oh my god. I don't know. If I knew a content creator and they were offered a huge bag to stream non-exclusively on Kick, like, I wouldn't blame them. You know what I mean? Got hit with a 3-minute ad? Yeah, I mean, that's the Twitch lifestyle, dude. Better than Facebook? I mean, Facebook is just, like, sinister. But even then, like, you know, if you, like... Not that anyone likes it, but... You know... Twitter is... I don't think it's ever gonna die, but it's clearly dying, and they're coming up with probably the next reasonable competitor to Twitter. Imagine showing a hole with your real name attached. That's called bravery, man. That's called being that's called, like, I know my grandmother can see this, and I'm gonna post it anyways. tag your grandmother in the butthole posting. Hick, let's see you watch Batman. They shut down the stream. They begged XQC to stop the stream. I'm gonna try and communicate. Joe 4-star? Question mark? You have? No. Oh. If you have it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, advertising just barely, allegedly covers the costs of everything. And then when you get rid of all your advertisers, I mean, that's a bad time. Elon lied to you about cat girls? I know. Can you use the keyboard? No. Well, yes, but also no. It's got to be the 4-star one. It's got to be this one. I can't do the normal 51 one. Some logic, isn't it? You know what it is, Rick Nato? Is the Dolphin emulator is insanely accurate. To the point where if you put down the game, your Wii remote will disconnect. And if you want a keyboard, you need to run the drivers that the Wii would run. You can only find 6-star? Alright, we'll just do this one. We'll do one of these. We'll just do another berry off, man. You need the 4-star Jigia quest. To get an early berry off. Or early double Joe. Oh. Trying to see what time it is. It's 10. Maybe around noon? 1? I'll need a shower first.
Oh, yeah, I'm not ready yet either. And then I'm trying to make sure I asked Sarah if she got there okay. She didn't get back to me. She must still be on her way.
Do you know if she's taking the subway or if she
I don't know
took
if
the
she did.
vehicle?
I don't know anything.
You don't know anything? When you say stuff like that, I get the sense that you do know more and you're just not sharing what you know. What are you hiding from us? How much longer will I be in Japan? 2 months. I'm here until September 1st. Happy America Day? I'm super happy not to be there. Enjoy your smoke, bastards! I mean, the flight over is probably like the most expensive part. Like, we got a little bit of a nicer place this first time around. But I mean, you could stay for real cheap. Oh, that's your yogurt. Jen's been eating her yogurt. Next year we might go to Thailand for a little bit. It's even cheaper. And I think the food might be easier on Jen. It's been kind of messing her up. Because if you think about it, everything outside of sushi in Japan is kind of designed to, like, destroy your rectum. Fried tonkatsu curry. Fried everything else. Fat. Bone fat soup. Thailand is full of spice. I mean, I don't think it's as much fat, though. There'll be fireworks on Friday. I don't know. My brother-in-law's girlfriend, she's from Thailand, so we're going to talk about it. I've been before. It was nice. It's a good country. Thailand uses more spice than Japan. I mean, but it's not like everything you eat is going to be like a level 5 spice alarm, you know, like instantly crap your pants. You know, you can still get plenty of noodle dishes that aren't bad. And I think there's probably a lot more international cuisine there as well, from what I remember. It's not like you can't get international stuff in Japan. You absolutely can. It's just like the Japanese food is a lot more common. I feel like Thailand, there's so many foreigners that visit, they've got a lot more variety in terms of the restaurants. Bro, I think Thailand at the Thai end beats the spiciest mapo tofu you can get. Like on a per spice basis, I think Thailand is probably the highest in terms of like how high you want it to go. The game looks amazing. What settings am I using? Vulkan, and then I removed bloom. 1080p Vulkan and then no bloom. Also, thank you. That's a really nice thing of you to say. Master Huntress, that sounds like a great deal. For the United States. You know, some people have the audacity to come into the stream and see like, wow, this looks terrible for Monster Hunter World. What an ass. How much of an asshole you gotta be? How many hugs were you deprived as a child to come in my stream and say that? Oh. You're like vibrating over there, Jen. You good? Get enough coffee? Gotta go sleep. Have a good night. So is your brother going to be traveling for like 48 hours? He's going to, I mean, he's going to get messed up, dude.
I tried to send mommy and I'll tell you what happened.
Yeah, might be sleeping. I mean, the Mapo tofu I had at the restaurant, Wet Dogs, is like a little spicy, but I wouldn't even like, to any like spice head, it would be nothing. You know what I mean? That's the hard part about spice. Like, if we were talking about cheese, I could tell you how much cheese got put into something, and like, we could have an equivalent conversation. But like, how spicy something is, I mean, you could be using the same peppers. Depending on that pepper's day, it can be hotter or not. Are you having percentage alcohol? Guess you'd have to go by the Scoville rating. How accurate is Scoville's? You need a gecko code to remove bloom. You need something. I don't know the exact specifics. I had it installed. If you go to the Discord, our Discord, and then probably the Try server Discord, I'm sure they'll post the instructions there. It's not hard. Patch comes with the cheat to remove the bloom. Great. Little baby bombs. I can't believe I'm like 5 HR away from finding a Latrion. Kind of messed up. You did break the face, right? No? Uragan instead. We've barely fought Uragan, man. I guess we really should be farming Uragan for the ruby, huh? I mean, that was never to kill Elatrion. Killing Elatrion shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's just getting the horns. Getting the skyscraper. Sky Piercer. Good hammer or two. I worry that with two hammers you kind of get in the way of each other. But yeah, one hammer definitely does a lot. Try and break the face, right? I think a greatsword. I think two status guns, a hammer, and a greatsword is the best thing you can do. And break the face. Do you get more carapace from capturing? Or just feel like capturing? Grongigus? I don't know if there is Grongigus in this game. You just need a lot of claws? I mean, that's fair enough. Would I still Uragan as a better fight than regular Uragan? I'm just about the same. He's not really that different. I mean, they even have the same weaknesses. So in general, I would say he's kind of a bad subspecies, because it's like, if you don't really have to change your approach in any significant way, I mean... Crystalbeard? I've barely fought Crystalbeard. Honestly, I mean, I fought him, definitely, but... can't say I've had any, like, significant interaction with him. Could be a good gathering charm, but I don't think I'll ever use it. I mean, poop's not that big of a deal. You just use a deodorant, you know? I mean, I still think Steel is better than Nightshade Palomu. Nightshade Palomu is just the worst subspecies. And I'm not going into, like, 2nd and 1st gen, because that doesn't count, because they didn't know what they were doing. Portable 3rd is when subspecies really started. Just started Portable 3rd? It's a really good game. It's like in my top 3, probably. I mean, World is up there, Portable 3rd is up there, and 4U is up there. I mean, there's a possibility in the future. Like, we do... Alright, so if there's one nice thing about this timeline, is that there's a possibility that Incognito Man could add a G-rank type difficulty to Portable 3rd. It would be a pretty big endeavor, but it's not impossible. The game is designed in such a way that there's, like, data to add enough quests that are technically in a G-rank. No, it's not. I don't know anything that hasn't been talked about in the Discord publicly. There's a Joe quest. It's a 4-star urgent, or 4-star advanced quest. Well, the blue Cuckoo throwing Conchu, that was in 4U. Kaku didn't throw Khonshu until 4U. 4U was after Portable Thirds, like it got real quests. Why is this advanced and it's like bump off a berry off? Like, what is the difference between this and the other one? Well, I only have the advance. Hunting Joe in the Jagia quest does give HR points, and you even technically get hunt rewards. Kanezis, I'm sorry to tell you this, but that's not this timeline. No, I mean, it happened, just not in this one. This one, we got paid layered weapons. Sorry. Yeah, we got Rise instead. Sorry. The timeline where Ichinose kept a full head of hair is the timeline where we got Portable Third with G rank. Monster Hunter 1 remake? I'd love to see Monster Hunter G emulate well. Mr. Hyde, I can't read any of that. That is completely incomprehensible to me. But thank you. No! Woo! Almost lost it. I saw a discussion in the Discord that was saying that we're almost at the point where all but the mega booby Fate visual novels have been localized, and that's neat. I'm happy to hear that. Fume would know. How many of those words are in the Bible? Set phrases. I'm pretty sure Ultra Instinct Argonian is not in the Bible. Does the Bible reference lizard people at all? Or in any of the translations of the Bible? Have I read the Bible? I used to go to like a Bible thing. I was moderately religious in like middle school. Used to go to church. I went through a confirmation. I went on mission trips. I used to do installation work on like damaged homes, and I think one time we fixed up a church. It was pretty nice. It was a good experience. Guess we should focus on the claws next. I don't know if we need to break both or just one. Walked in your pastor's office once, you saw moaning nudes and Quake. There's nothing wrong with that. Hell, Satan, a dragon, and a snake whose head is going to be crushed. That's kind of like a lizard person. Isn't that a big thing about like the Da Vinci Code on like whether or not Jesus had a wife or something like that? I don't think it would have been that. In the faith at that point, I mean, people got married all the time, right? But at the same time, like, why would they keep it a secret? I mean, the Old Testament, Kinez, is pretty brutal. The Old Testament's like, you should totally sacrifice your son. And you're like, I don't really want to sacrifice my son. And like, do it. And you're about to do it, and he's like, whoa! Yo, you were really gonna do that? And then like, I don't know what, did Job do anything to cause what happened to him? Like, Job got messed up. There's like a whole chapter on like, literally like, React content. It's just a prank bro content on Job. Was it Satan that wanted to test Job? Was that Satan doing that? I thought that was God. I thought that was God doing that. Is it they're tag teaming him? Imagine you got both God and Satan coming after you. He accused God of putting a protective hedge around him? We're gonna need a bigger hedge. Yeah, he had it pretty bad. He was like, you know the worst part about Job? Is at one point in the Job story, they make him bald, like it's such a bad thing. People go bald all the time! It's not like one of the curses of God to go bald. It's normal! It is. It's the first sign. I'm entering my Job arc. God, why do you test me? Give it back! Oh my god. Imagine if the first plague of Moses was to make all the Egyptians like mega bald. They would have let them go immediately. They'd be like, just give us back our hair. You can go. You can have the temples, have the pyramids. Just give us our hair back. Please. He cut his hair in mourning because he lost his family? I mean, that's basically like you got cursed to get your hair cut off. Yeah, I definitely do not remember all the specifics exactly. I don't even know if I even knew it 100% accurate from the beginning, but I went through some reading of the Bible. I had a woman once that said, you should read the whole Bible, and when you're done, read it again. And I'm like, yo, have you ever gotten through, like, the begats? Because I don't believe you. I do not. You are a liar if you told me you read the whole thing. Because there's no way you read the begats. Why would you do that? That's a test right there. Did you read all the big... I mean, I'm not saying your opinion's any less valid. That's like grinding AR. Is getting through that part of the Bible. That's what that is. That's God like, you want special investigations? Well, Get ready, man. This is the grinding in real life. It's pretty much it. What are angels depicted as? The Bible? I mean, you see, like, people's interpretations of them being, like, massive, multi-eyed monstrosities, but that's just, like, in some interpretations. If you see them like that, then stuff's about to go down. You know, was it Moses? Saw, like, a burning bush? It's not always monstrosities. But sometimes they do. Sometimes. Not every time. Sometimes. I just remember going through the Bible study and, like, getting through the Old Testament and getting into the New Testament. I'm like, man, the New Testament's so much nicer. It's like a major tone shift. It's like you go from, like, George R.R. Martin is, like, the Old Testament, and then, I don't know. I'm trying to think what a good comparison to be in the New Testament. Not George R.R. Martin. Something nice. A nice, easy thing to read. Harry Potter. Well, maybe. Oh. Goosebumps. R.L. Stein. I never realized there was such, like, a huge legal turmoil over the Goosebumps. Was there a separation between the Old Testament and the New Testament? Well, the New Testament is from Christians that believe in Jesus. Old Testament is, like, mostly shared across Judaism and Christianity. Now, obviously, the Jewish faith, they've got other stuff that they have as well. Torah? I'm not an expert. But there's definitely a sharing of the Old Testament as I understand it. To some degree. Why did 3U get rid of subquests? There was a guy in our Discord that had all sorts of conspiracy theories and, like, hated 3U with a passion. And I don't agree with him 100%, but he makes some points. Scary to baby book? I wouldn't call the New Testament baby book. But there's a lot. You know, New Testament's, like, about, like, you know, love and acceptance and treating your neighbor well and stuff like that. You can become a pastor for retiring from streaming? I don't think so. Did we break everything already? How are we so good? 3U is okay. 3U could be a better game. The worst part about 3U is that, like, it does not emulate well at all. GQ and not in the beef pull away. Imagine you just logged into this Twitch stream and that was the first comment you read. You'd just be like, what is this person talking about? That's me. 3U's great. It's just like, sometimes I think about it, like, what's the point of a G rank? If it adds, like, really, really strong versions of monsters, okay, but sometimes like, they're not really that much different. You know, does Silver Rathalos armor in Portable Third, is it as bad as Blast is in 3U? I don't think so. Hopefully. I mean, in Freedom Unite's case, it was like, hold on to your ass. We're giving you everything. And that was pretty good. In 3U's case, it was like, oops, we added slime, which makes everything too easy. In 4U's case, hell yeah, man. 4U went hard. 4U's arguably got the best G rank out of all of them. 2013 member streamer having an audience and been grinding greed and Arga until HR 999 as fast as possible. That sounds really boring. But maybe if you were entertaining enough during it, that would have been okay. You know, I mean, 4U's got the best subspecies, I think, ever. Not that all the subspecies in World are bad, they're just, like, not as good as 4U. Yeah, I mean, I would go a step farther, Kinezes, and say 4U is the only game to actually have an end game. Unless you count, like, the Guiding Lands as an end game, which I guess you kind of can. Or, like, decoration grinding as an end game, which is like, why would you? It's not necessary, it's, like, completely optional. AR is an end game? What's your AR? It made you end the game. Ah! Ah! That's funny. Good joke. That's a good. You got me. You got me. Dude, it's not just you. Like, I just want to tell everyone, like, it's not you. Like, there's nothing in Japan about Monster Hunter right now, really. Like, occasionally you'll see the little cartoon palicos as, like, an accessory with someone. At USJ, they have more pictures of Iceborne than they do Rise. And apparently, sometimes they send a guy out in a Kongalala outfit. Kongalala has not been in Monster Hunter since 4 Ultimate. Well, that's not true. I guess he was technically in Generations. We're gonna go, man. I mean, assuming you want to go. I mean, I'll go to USJ with you. I didn't do the Monster Hunter virtual reality thing because it was like $20, but I'll go if you go. It's USJ is pretty fun if you like roller coasters. There was a roller coaster I went on. I actually was afraid of my life. I think I described it on stream. They basically force you into like a butt boy position where you're kind of like on your hands and knees, and then it rotates you so everybody just sees you hanging in the air with your little ass sticking out. And then he shoots you down really fast so you scream like a little baby. Yeah, it's a Bang Maid position. It really is. It was scary, man. It's not very long, but I think it's the most fear I have felt. Is that me? No, and I hope it's never me. The most fear I've ever felt on like an amusement park ride before. Yeah, no, they would have to clean up. They'd have to stop the roller coaster at Nebulous Verge and get a guy out there with a pressure washer to clean your crap off of the machine because you would crap all over the place. Like, your bowels would just be gone. It'd be, sorry, everyone. There'd be people on the ground like, ah! Because, like, you could wave as people are going, and they'd be waving, and they'd be like, ah! People holding onto their ponchos from the Splash Mountain. USJ's got a decent amount of roller coasters. That's probably the best part about it. I don't like that the food is so expensive. I'm gonna have to sneak in a sandwich or something. I'm not paying them 1,500 yen for a Snoopy burger. Kiss my ass. I'll carry a egg salad sandwich in my taint. You can't take it away from me. Don't tell anyone I said that, even with context. That doesn't sound right. It's too much money, man. It's not even that much money. All right, it's $10 for a burger. It's just, I don't want to spend that much. I'm running out of paintballs. This is terrible. Still play Dying Light 2 later today? We might play it a little bit. Why not? If people are enjoying it, I still enjoy the game. I'm gonna try and mainline it though. So we're gonna do some less of the side quests. Because we can get hard stuck in the side quests if we're not careful. And also, it might be nice to get some of the other tools. A bunch of other tools we can get by doing the main storyline. You can get like a hang glider at some point. There's a lot of content in there, man. It was not, I mean, I'll be real with you. It was not a good game on launch. It was like a 2-hour tutorial. What does it add, like a jetpack on the glider? If I played Dave the Diver, nope. I watched like 5 minutes of Northern Lion playing it, and then on a Super Auto Pet stream, he said, I'm not playing it again because chat was bad. And I don't know what his chat did, but they pissed him off. He was mad. They're like, is he joking? I don't think he was joking. He got rid of the casino on Super Auto Pets because I guess like the doubters and believers were both being like annoying. And he's like, you don't deserve it. He says, he said, you lost the rights to the casino. I don't know what they did. I'm never even in his live streams, and I'm nervous. Like, I got in trouble. I just watch his Super Auto Pet VODs for the most part. Kept introducing new mechanics, doesn't let you do the dive. Oh, was that it? Okay. I don't know, man. I mean, all I know is I saw a clip of him saying, like, chat was a problem. Chat was problematic with Dave the Diver. I mean, yeah, I mean, it looks fun, man. Looks like a good game, I mean. Now, wait, you say made by Nexon. As in, like, Nexon developed it or Nexon published it, because I have a hard time believing Nexon developed Dave the Diver. It does not look like their sort of game that they made. Both? That's insane. I can't believe it. It's just like there's a lot of like really good Super Auto Bets players that you can watch on YouTube or Twitch. And like they're always going to do really well. And then there's Northern Lion. Like if he really focuses can do well, but sometimes he just does the most bizarre things. Like he'll be at like round 13 and he's holding on to his like level 2 moth. And sometimes he'll win with his level 2 moth. But you're like, why you still got that moth, man? What's that moth doing for you? It's giving you 8 attack on your front guy, I guess. It's not the worst thing, but it's probably one of the better level 1 pets, but what are you doing? Yeah, you watch it for the banner, but you also watch it for the completely insane strategies. Big way, thank you, good night. He said before, like, he wants to make weird strategies because it's more entertaining, and he's right. It's definitely correct. And then you read the YouTube comments, and people are like really malding out. Like the best part about watching a video of his is you watch it and it's funny, and then you go to the comments and there's like the people frothing at the mouth because he didn't play it like min-max. The gamers need to be good though. Question for the ages. No, I mean, it's probably not good for the algorithm, but honestly, the best thing you can do is just post your YouTube video and then just pretend you don't have a YouTube outside of just uploading something whenever you feel like it. I mean, obviously, a regular content schedule is also probably good too, but don't read the comments. Just post and leave. People like it, they'll read it. If not. God, he hits so hard. Ooh. Let's go. No, he can't get me down here. This tail's got to be close, right? Sometimes YouTube comments are good. Sometimes they're just bizarre, though. I remember watching a Taskmaster video the other day. I've been getting those recommended a lot, and I like them. And there was a guy that's like, everything is scripted. And people are having an argument in the comments. And I guess to a certain degree it is true. I mean, they do plan the... They do plan the tasks. Sometimes they're unhitched troll bait like mine were on my videos. I mean, there's all sorts of people on the internet, man. That's all I'll say. I don't know. I mean, obviously, whether you think Berserk is overpowered or not, or even usable, is all a matter of opinion, right? Like, I can't say that I'm right, necessarily, 100% objectively. I just think that being able to face tank the strongest attacks in the game with basically zero consequence, and then being able to heal back instantly with the max potion is probably, like, not... it just, to me, in my opinion, is just, like, not balanced. But, like, it's just my opinion, so... I guess if you compare it to something like Temporal Mantle with, like, maximum Tool Expert, maybe it's not that bad. Sunbreak is done, so the debate is over. Done. You know, I think Rise and Sunbreak would be enjoyable in the context of playing through the game. I think a playthrough just to, like, Gasm, or maybe even just to, like, beat... What the hell is he? Primal Malzeno? I mean, I could see that being okay. I just can't see engaging in the AR grind in any meaningful way being okay. And, like, and I think that might be a challenge. I think, you know, if you were to try and beat Primal Malzeno with like, afflicted gear, I think that'd probably be pretty hard. Especially the hazard one. Most OP unit in Arknights. What do they give you in Arknights for Monster Hunter? Why are you kicking me? What did I do? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent. Lost a player? I mean, the guy had to go to sleep, I think. I mean, it's getting pretty late on the East and West Coast by now, right? What is it? Almost 11 on the East Coast? I guess it's still pretty early on the West Coast. Alright, we'll do, Apple Juice Lamborghini, thank you. Gotta love being a homer. Second AC unit is leaking down into your ceiling and it happens on a holiday. Jesus Christ. Dude, owning a home sucks. Jen's looking at me. Always something breaking. 3:44 a.m. here. Go to sleep. No? Well, you and Albino can keep making love and fighting Barrios. I'm gonna go play the zombie game a little bit. Ooh, we got a red guildie. Which one was that? Red Guildie's the best, and, like, it's not even close. Like, you gotta fill your house with them. What is this? That's kind of a sus looking structure, right? Well. Let me see the Shepherd only up runs. Can you even buy the game anymore? I didn't buy it before it got taken down. Like the speed runs? Seems like Distortion's got that game unlocked, man. I saw on Japanese YouTube trending. They had